Good evening, goys and gals. Hide your mothers. It is I, Rathbone, here to dispense with the daily noticing. We're live at the Nutisserie. We'll be swinging chickens all night. Tap the like. Let's get started, shall we? We're going to begin with a Wall Street Journal article. As we normally do, I'm going to read a few articles to you that dispense with the daily news. It helps me warm up my voice. Then we will switch to Twitter. And then finally to the Discord, as we do on a nightly basis. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hi, Saint Siren Salt. Hello, Saeed. Hello to Max and Luke and Manapir and all you fine folk who've decided to drop in. Appreciate that. So, I think the biggest thing that I saw today was Trump actually seemingly breaking with Israel, had some very terse words for Netanyahu and the Israeli state, and actually called upon Israel to stop murdering civilians in Lebanon, if you can believe that, and even said that, even alluded to the fact that they're committing war crimes of disproportionate violence. Remember that principle of proportionality is a law of war, if you can believe that they have rules of engagement and laws pertaining to armed conflict. There are, in fact. You might not have noticed that. But Trump says that you don't need to level a whole residential building in order to, assassinate one Hezbollah leader. Pretty crazy stuff, and Zionists are crashing out all over the place. Seems like there's this internal wedge happening between Trump and a lot of the Israel firsters that support Donald Trump and consider him a great ally to Israel. Well, that seems to be heading off a cliff at the moment. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Let's learn more about this supposed peace deal that's supposed to go into effect by Friday. It says the Trump-Iran deal allows Tehran to immediately sell oil. The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict, people familiar with the agreement said. The provision for waivers of sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing this agreement this week, and also covers necessary services including banking, transportation, and insurance needed to facilitate the sales. United Against Nuclear Iran, a non-profit, said an Iranian supertanker carrying crude oil, Diona, had left Chabahar port, crossed the U.S. blockade, and was sailing out the Gulf of Oman on Tuesday with its location tracker active. It was the first such transit since the start of the U.S. blockade in April. Shortly afterward, a second supertanker, Hero 2, also crossed the blockade, according to the nonprofit and ship tracking data. A draft of the Memorandum of Understanding. Oh, this mysterious Memorandum of Understanding that no one is allowed to look at, apparently. It was reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, and it lays out the oil sales along with the promise after further negotiations down the road of extensive sanctions relief, release of frozen assets, billions of dollars in reconstruction funding. A senior U.S. official said Tuesday that even though Iran would get upfront sanctions relief for oil sales, sustained relief would be tied to Iran's performance on United States demands regarding issues like opening the strategic Strait of Hormuz and its nuclear program. It seems like we got a doubling issue with our chat box. Let me see if I can get that sorted out. And bam, I think we did. Because I'm a professional. I'm a pro-accufessional. Got my nice cup of coffee. Cheers to all of you out there watching the world burn. No one will ever sabotage the deal, says Saeed. No one. And Saeed never lies. He's never sarcastic, and he never lies. So we'll have to take that at face value. Well, you know, Israel is already sabotaging the deal. I mean, they're still bombing Lebanon. They've bombed it 84 times in the past 2 days. They've bombed Lebanon, breaking the ceasefire 84 times. And I'm surprised that Iran is... This must be really serious, because Iran is still saying we have harsh words for the Israeli regime. Even though they said they would defend Lebanon, they're still saying if you kill more, if you keep doing this, you know, we're going to do something about it. Kind of seems like a lot of hot air, unfortunately, because we would love for Israel to face some retribution for its crimes. However, I think that probably speaks to the fact that Iran doesn't want to spoil this deal with the United States. Maybe they see this as a viable end to the war. I don't see that happening. Do you? I think we all are in agreement here. So Tehran still wouldn't get immediate access to billions of dollars in frozen funds. The Memorandum of Understanding, which the administration says the U.S. and Iran signed electronically Sunday and will finalize this week, includes an extended pause in the fighting. So a pause in the fighting doesn't mean that this is an end to the war. It just means it's a fake ceasefire agreement. No one ends a war by saying, yeah, we're just going to pause for a worthy cause. Including in Lebanon, lifts the U.S. and Iranian blockades in the strait and sets the stage for extended talks on Iran's nuclear program. Look at all these tankers and cargo vessels in the Gulf of Oman just earlier today. Gosh, the Arabian Peninsula is so goddamn beautiful. I mean, I know that's the Persian Gulf, but you know what I mean? Like that part of the world. The water's so blue. Many lawmakers and political officials in the United States and Israel are opposed to giving Iran financial relief and easing the pressure of the American blockade before securing major concessions. Allowing Iran to export its oil concedes a key point of U.S. leverage, but one the White House felt it probably had to give up to open the Strait of Hormuz. The White House thinks that these kinds of sweeteners are required to make Iran make concessions, and otherwise it would be very difficult to make Iran continue negotiations, says one analyst. He added that the U.S. could reimpose its blockade on Iranian exports as long as it keeps its military assets in the region. And I think that's going to be the biggest indicator that the deal has gone through, is when the United States fucks off. Like, materially, physically fucks off. The agreement provides for much greater financial relief if Iran goes along with American demands to destroy its stockpile of enriched uranium and dismantle its nuclear program. Among its provisions is a regional reconstruction and development fund for Iran to repair damage done by the war. In a briefing Monday, senior Trump administration officials said the U.S. and Iran have discussed a fund of $300 billion for that purpose. Of course, Trump says that's fake news. So the gaslighting obviously continues. Thank you. Louisiana is the greatest. It's very far from okay, Saeed. Louisiana is the greatest state in the Union, of course, and perhaps one of the greatest places on earth. All right, bar none. And I'm not just saying that because I'm from Louisiana. Okay, I might be saying it because I'm from Louisiana, but I think you will forgive me for that. Valentine, always gifting memberships to the stream, and I appreciate you. What's up, good friend? All right, continuing on. Among its provisions is a regional reconstruction. Okay, so we just read that. They also said they have discussed sanctions relief and restoring Tehran's access to some of its estimated $100 billion in frozen funds. Here's J.D. Vance. I think this was earlier today, maybe. I haven't seen this clip.
A lot of people are questioning why not release the Memorandum of Understanding. You said it will happen this week.
Correct. And what the president has said is the agreement will come out on Friday. He may decide to release the agreement sooner than that, but we have this formal ceremony on Friday, and that's when the president right now wants to release the memorandum.
It's like, I don't know what the fuck the president's going to do between now and then, but this is what we agreed to.
The agreement says they are not getting a single dime of American money. That's just not what this is. What the agreement does say, Sean, is again, if the Iranians behave.
Listen up, Sean.
And if there are sanctions relief, and if the Iranians are integrated into the world economy, we would invite other countries, not us, but other countries to invest in their country. That's fine, but only if they comply with the terms of the agreement.
Obama took a shot and said, I don't think this deal is any better than the deal we had before. The JCPOA was dramatically different than what you were describing here tonight.
And I'd ask the president, the former president, I'd say,
You hear that, boomers? This is not the JCPOA. We're getting something completely different. It's way better. We just have to fork over a lot of money and concede all of our war aims to Iran.
Obama, why in the world, if it's the same thing, why is it that the Gulf Arabs hated your deal and they love our deal? They are the ones who are in the region. They know what it means to...
We just literally sold them, down the river. We just abandoned them. We betrayed them. We demonstrated that we could not protect the Gulf states. Despite all of our investments, all of our military bases, we weren't able to do it. We couldn't defend them against Iran. So what makes you think that the Gulf Coast, the Gulf Coast countries love this deal?
Rich, the worst terrorist regime in the world, and they also know what it means to turn over a new leaf and to go to a different future. So I think President Obama, he should acknowledge that the people who are close...
I mean, who do you think that the Iranians, if they had to make this straw man argument and try to equivocate between, Donald Trump and Barack Obama, who do you think they would view as a worst regime or a worse administration? The administration that committed war crimes against the Iranians in that they actually, Obama committed war crimes against Iranians, but, again, if we're going to entertain this argument, it's like, obviously Donald Trump is far worse to the Iranian people. He murdered the Ayatollah. He killed their family. He's been, this is just insane to try to paint Obama as worse for the Iranians, and the Iranians really love the Trump administration by comparison.
To this, they love the Trump deal. They hate the Obama deal, and that's maybe the biggest endorsement.
I think they liked whatever deal was a precondition that they wouldn't get bombed.
This plan.
So we're going to be willing to be extraordinarily... Sorry. We're going to be willing to be extraordinarily generous in opening up their economy and opening up the sanctions relief, said one official. So I would say everything is on the table, and at the same time, nothing is on the table if it doesn't come along with real performance. Again, everything's on the table, nothing's on the table. That's about what we'd expect from the Trump admin. So President Trump said on social media that the U.S. wouldn't contribute to the $300 billion fund. The question of financial benefits for Iran is among the most sensitive for Trump's effort to conclude the war. Trump has excoriated former President Obama for flying cash into Iran after a 2015 nuclear deal went into effect the following January. Isn't that what Trump is doing now? I know they say that the money's not coming from us, but, I don't really believe that it isn't up until now. Trump withdrew from that deal in his first term, allowing oil sales could prove a more palatable means of providing Iran with financial relief. It lets Washington give Iran a tangible economic incentive that would help lower global energy prices. A former top official at Israel's spy agency, Mossad. Okay, so the Mossad, we're quoting the Mossad, Wall Street Journal. That's good. The deal already involved the U.S. lifting its blockade of Iranian ports, at which point Iran would likely have resumed its extensive oil smuggling operations. So oil trade, no. What the Iranians do is they smuggle because they're terrorists. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, the U.S. is also willing to give Iran access to some of its frozen funds for payments determined by Iran's central bank. The U.S. has some flexibility on the release of assets and could give Iran access before the conclusion of a final agreement on the nuclear and other issues. Iran has said it wanted some $12 billion up front and $24 billion during the 60-day negotiation that would be opened by an initial agreement. Iran has an estimated $100 billion in assets rendered inaccessible by U.S. sanctions, mainly revenue from past oil sales and reserves. While less lucrative than sanctions relief, assets transferred to Iran can't be reclaimed, while sanctions can be reimposed, making the benefit more durable. The bulk of the frozen money sits abroad, most notably in China, from oil revenues generated over many years that can't be transferred to Tehran's sanctioned banking system. See, that's what they do. The Americans, the Israelis, the West itself, via the IMF and the World Bank, they kick you out of the SWIFT banking system. They turn your country into a pariah for the global economy. They did that with North Korea. They did that with China. They did that with Iran. That's what they always do. There's about $6 billion in Iranian revenue that the Biden admin allowed to be transferred to Qatar in connection with a 2023 prisoner swap and another billion held in Oman. Both amounts were later informally restricted after the October 7th, 2023 Hamas-led attacks on Israel. So if I didn't know this, but if most of the money is sitting in China but can't be transferred to Iran because of the SWIFT banking system, I mean, that just shows you the power of the dollar hegemony, and the power of the SWIFT banking system, the power of, the United States through its control over these mechanisms, global mechanisms. Iran also has an estimated $15 billion in Iraqi banks from sales of power and natural gas. All right, let's get some updates from Larry Johnson. Let's get the real story here. He says the Strait of Hormuz is open for Iranian business. Oil is moving and Iran is getting paid. Oh, there's no article, though. I thought there was an article attached to this. No? Oh, wait, here it is. I was going crazy for a second. There's nothing worse, really. I could think no worse terror act than smuggling your own oil. How dare you? And not cutting in the Americans for a profit? Are you crazy? So Larry says, let's give Donald Trump credit for one thing. He kept his word and lifted the U.S. blockade on Iranian ships, and Iran is going to town with its oil tankers moving in and out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. The picture above shows ships marked in red and green, moving as of 22 hours ago on the 15th of June, yesterday. So oil is being freely passing. This does not mean that the MOU with Iran, which is supposed to be signed in Geneva on Friday, will hold, but it is a step in the direction of de-escalation. So the question we ought to ask is, why did Donald Trump blink and accept the proposal that Iran proffered way back in April? What do you think? What could be the reason for this? Is it domestic pressure at home? I think there are several reasons, says Larry, but the principal one is that the U.S. is running out of oil, which means Trump will not be able to artificially suppress the price of gasoline. Of course, you got to follow the money, right? U.S. strategic oil reserves have fallen to their lowest level since 1983. Remember, we've been siphoning off all of our strategic reserves here in the States to offset the rising oil prices because of this blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, because of this war. That's why the oil prices have not been skyrocketing here in the States. But again, we have a limited supply, of course, and that's going to run out in, I want to say, like 60 days. I mean, I don't know. That was the last number, the last figure I heard about that. U.S. strategic oil reserves have fallen to their lowest level. The decline comes amid continued drawdowns to mitigate the impact of the conflict with Iran. Reserves have dropped to 340 million barrels. Apparently, we use something like 20 million barrels of oil per day, consumption-wise, in the States. So, I mean, 20 million barrels a day, and we have 340 total. I mean, do the math, I mean, I can't, but I was hoping maybe you would. But that doesn't seem like it's a lot of time. This was last seen during the Reagan administration, which was still building the stockpile. U.S. daily consumption is 20 to 21 million barrels, just like we just said, which means the reserve can supply 17 days of... So there it is. There's the math for you. Don't worry. It's 17 days. I thought it would be less than... I thought it'd be more than that, which falls on July 1st. Okay, so July 1st, we can expect, some reckoning if it continues this path. So Donald Trump may be in mental decline. Maybe. The verdict's still out. I don't know. What do you guys think? But he still retains enough smarts to understand that an oil shortage and soaring prices of gasoline in July is politically untenable. Another factor is that U.S. installations and aircraft in the Persian Gulf took a hell of a beating last week. The U.S. attacks on Iranian installations in the Strait of Hormuz on June 9th and 10th provoked a fierce Iranian response that hit targets in Iraq, which were CIA bases supporting the Kurds, Kuwait, i.e. the Ali al-Salem Air Base, Camp Buehring in northeastern Kuwait, as well as a makeshift operations center near the civilian port of Shuaiba. Everybody knows about Shuaiba, right? The Prince Saud Air Base adjacent to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan. And, we're not going to hear about this in the West, of course. But the attacks were devastating, according to Larry Johnson, and reportedly employed some new Chinese missiles supplied to Iran. Then there is the pressure from Gulf Arabs to end the attacks on Iran. Iran, backed by China, Russia, and Pakistan, engaged in intense diplomacy with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. The UAE, who has been a thorn in the side of Iran and Saudi Arabia and has been identified as an ally of Israel, sent a delegation to Iran on the 9th of June. Reuters reported that the UAE had agreed to release billions of dollars for Iran. Two regional sources put the figure at $10 billion, while two other sources put it at $20 billion, with the funds agreed in exchange for Iran halting attacks on the UAE. Please, here, take our money. Winning. However, the UAE's Ministry of Foreign Affairs categorically denied those reports, stating the allegations were entirely false and unfounded, and that no frozen Iranian funds had been released, transferred, or facilitated through the UAE. What is undisputed is that the UAE sent a high-level delegation to talk to the Iranian government. A high-level Qatari delegation arrived in Tehran on Wednesday, June 10th, to hold talks on bilateral relations, regional developments, and diplomatic efforts to end the conflict between Iran and the United States. The delegation arrived at midday, and the visit came after Trump accused Iran of stalling and said Tehran must now pay the price. AFP, which I don't know what that is, citing an informed diplomat, reported the Qatari negotiating team had traveled to Tehran following consultations with American officials to help narrow remaining differences between the two sides. A senior Pakistani source with access to information about Pakistan's role in mediating the talks between the U.S. and Iran reported that Pakistan, with the encouragement of China and Russia, was making progress in talks with the Saudis and the Qataris to stop hosting U.S. military bases in their respective countries. And I'm hearing word that they're giving the United States something like 9 to 10 months to wind down operations in the Middle East. They're kicking the U.S. military out of the Middle East. Be gone, Satan. These talks coincided with Saudi Arabia denying the U.S. the use of its airspace to attack Iranian targets during Project Freedom. Will the deal be signed on Friday? What do you guys think? I'm going to go ahead and say no. And here's why. There's this thing called Israel in the Middle East. There's this guy called Nosferatu who is hell-bent on maintaining his power. And how does he maintain his power? He's got to keep going to war with Lebanon. That cannot stop. So there's this irreconcilable contradiction, right? I remain skeptical, says Larry Johnson, simply because of the enormous Zionist backlash. Same answer, right? Being visited on Donald Trump by angry Israeli officials and U.S. politicians beholden to AIPAC. However, as I write this Monday night, the deal appears intact. Why hasn't Donald Trump released the text of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding? There's two possible explanations. Number one, there are still areas of disagreement between Iran and the U.S., and they're still trying to work out a compromise. Or number two, Trump does not want to provide the details beforehand, fearing that the Zionist backlash could derail the Friday signing ceremony in Geneva. And, the Israelis are claiming that they requested the State Department to release the memorandum of understanding so they could peruse it and were denied. But people are calling bullshit about that because we know the Israelis know everything, and they've most certainly read the memorandum of understanding, but they're trying to politically posture themselves as victims of course, of course they're the victims here. They were left out of the agreements, and this concerns Israeli national security, so America be damned. Well, America can't be damned because Israel needs America to fight its wars. I mean, that's just the material analysis that we have come to understand. Rhetoric and ideology be damned, in the face of the material conditions. And the material conditions dictate that if the Americans isolate Israel and say, you can fight this war if you want, but we're not going to be part of it, then Israel is fucked. I think Israel's already fucked. But they're really going to be fucked if the Americans vacate the Middle East. Or at the very least, just stop attacking Iran. Trump does not want to provide the details before. The diplomatic roller coaster is running full blast. It will be a wild ride. So we're in this roller coaster until Friday, apparently. So I've been suspended from going live on Facebook already. Yesterday, I blame you because I think you guys sent links that had copyright stuff in them. And so I guess Facebook is a lot more stringent about sharing copyright material. YouTube won't, restrict your ability to post if you happen to come across copyright material during your live stream, but apparently Facebook, it's a big no-no. I was also suspended from Twitter for talking about 51 Park. Do you remember Gwyneth Paltrow's ad about 51 Park in Herzliya, Israel? So I said Iran could do a funny thing, and I circled where 51 Park is in Herzliya on the map, and I said, Iran, here it is, do your thing. Well, Twitter has suspended me from posting because of that. Yep, pissed off Zuckerberg and Elon Musk turd. Apparently Elon Musk is $119 billion richer just today because of the share price of SpaceX, which increased 50% or something like that. And somebody commented that Elon Musk just made Bill Gates' entire net worth in one day. And people still defend this economy. I have no idea why. Why on earth? And, the more I'm learning from this great mind, Michael Hudson, in his book, The Destiny of Civilization, and talking about finance capitalism, it becomes painfully clear that this is a debt-leveraged economy, and there's really, there's nothing tying this to the productive sector. None of this wealth is tied to actual product, to actual profit. It's all debt-leveraged bank credit. So there is some kind of a legitimacy when people say, "Well, that's not really what he's worth." But I think they mean that in terms that I don't mean it, because I mean it in the sense that the entire economy is fake, because it's all financial overhead. It's all speculative. It's all investment into hype. It's all investment into stocks that are leveraged with debt. So it's fake. It's just numbers on a page. All right, let's see some clips from J.D. Vance confirming that Lebanon is included in the deal.
Get to the next stage.
Is
I
it
feel
included?
good about
Is Lebanon included?
Lebanon's
Hezbollah?
It is a regional peace deal. It's going to include the Gulf. It's going to include Israel. It's going to include Lebanon. The idea is this is a true regional peace deal because,
How do we
again,
do that
if the
without
Iranians
Netanyahu?
comply.
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
No. The idea is that if
That's everybody's question, right? It's like the obvious rebuttal to all of this is like, well, how you Netanyahu, hello? Israel, hello?
Iranians comply, then we're going to have a true transformative deal for the Middle East. And you get to the next stage.
So you see, he didn't answer. He didn't answer her question. Like, what about Netanyahu? See?
Peace deal because,
How do we
again,
do that
if the
without
Iranians
Netanyahu?
comply.
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
No. The idea is that if the Iranians comply, then we're going to have a true transformative deal for the Middle East.
Okay, but that's not the question. The question is, will Israel comply, and how will you force the rabid dog to not bite? You know, he doesn't answer.
To the next stage.
He's like, well, if Iran complies, then it's going to be transformative. Oh, wow, it's like magic. So Zionists are crashing out on Twitter right now. Oops. Sorry about that. Sometimes I leave the comment up too long. My apologies. Normally, it would just, after some time, it would just disappear, but it doesn't do that. I'll have to figure that out. So, take a look at this. This is a Telegram conversation. Telegram chat, I guess. Israelis on Telegram in response to the B-52 crash and death of 8 Americans. Remember the B-52 that crashed yesterday? Complete evisceration of this B-52 bomber at Edwards Air Force Base in California. 8 people died. There was nothing left of the plane. I'm sure it went up in a huge fucking explosion because that's what happens when B-52s crash. And we have videos of this in the past when they've crashed. So nobody survived, and what do the Israelis say? Let's see. These are all Israelis, by the way. It says, this guy says, the strongest country in the world, ha ha ha, and they deserve it. I hate the United States no less than Iran. We just started, says another one. Dear Americans, the blows have only just begun. They're always threatening us. Our greatest ally. There is a law and there is a judge. So Syrian girl brings up a good point. The U.S. wants to merge its military with Israel, which hates them. Mossad's about to have a field day. Yep. It's false flag season. False flag summer. That's replacing hot girl summer. It's going to be a hot Carl summer. Apparently Trump is at the G7 right now, the G7 summit in France. And he has no idea he's in a photo op. Look at this. And look at his hair. What do you call that? I mean, I've seen that kind of hairstyle in Cajun country. It's a mullet. Donald Trump is sporting a mullet. He just needs to go get on an airboat and start hunting crocodiles.
Thank you. Just
you can see like his he has no hair at the top. You see it's just a comb over, and it's like the comb over doesn't work anymore. It worked in like the 80s and the 90s, but now it's just a sad, sad state of affairs. If I were him, I would just, convert to Judaism, wear the tiny hat, and then save some face.
2 secondes. Regardez les dents. May, could you have a look to these guys?
It's like the fuzz that you get from moldy breads.
Regardez-les, derrière vous.
Look, he doesn't move. Did you see that? He didn't budge. It's like everybody turns around. He's just like, I don't even think he knows where he is.
To these guys?
Tourne. Tournez-vous. Regardez-les derrière vous.
It's like they wheel. Is it Weekend at Bernie's? They wheeled out this corpse. He's just a frozen zombie.
Thank you.
And he's hunched over like the hunchback of Notre Dame. Well, that's bad posture, Donald Trump. I mean, you're being mogged by Emmanuel Macron, you know? The fuck is going on? Here is James Lee reporting about Representative Randy Feinberg. Let's see what what despicable thing does this fat fuck have to say today?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. I often say the reason they hate Israel is because Israel is small and Israel is close to where they are.
No, they hate Israel because Israel is committing a genocide and they are a settler colony rooted in ethnic cleansing as their foundational policy for establishing their state. That's why everyone hates Israel. Okay? It's because they grape Palestinians institutionally.
And so I believe standing with Israel stands with a country that largely shares the same values that we do.
So institutional rape? Yeah.
Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No, but I haven't seen an instant.
That sounds like a Freudian slip, Randy Fine. Does that mean we put the interest of America over Israel? Of course not. This is a U.S. congressman. I think he meant to say, does this mean we put Israel's interest over America? But he can't even say that. He can't even say that even if that's what he meant to say.
So did you say, does that mean we should put the interest of America over Israel? No?
No, does that mean we should put the interest of Israel over America?
Okay, I want to make sure.
If I misspoke, I apologize. Israel's enemies are our...
Did he? Yep, James Lee's correct here. He says this was either a massive Freudian slip or he just said the quiet part out loud. I think it's both. It can be both, James. Can it? Can it be a Freudian slip and he's saying the truth? Don't Freudian slips denote the truth unmasked, unveiled? Albanians are taking down this Kushner fence. Man, Zionists, they love fences. They love walls. They love walls that can, institute an apartheid, and they love walls to cry and kiss and finger bang. But Albanians say, no, this is not happening. Not in our country, bitch. Look, it's like Hamas storming the apartheid wall on October 7th. It's the same shit. Mr. Ayatollah, tear down this wall. All right, so that was a success. They did. Where are the Zionist security forces? Where's the Gestapo when you need them? Looks like the Policia is in on it. Dang, bro, you're gonna have a hell of a time trying to colonize Albania. I don't think so. Nice try, ball. That was fun. That just warms my heart. That warms my tiny little heart. And so warms my heart this meme. Marco Rubio has been tasked with cleaning the reflective pool. Ha ha, he he, hoo hoo, you laugh. Shut up. They spent $75 billion fighting Iran, then another $300 billion rebuilding Iran, just to reopen the Strait of Hormuz that was already open before the war started. Just in case you needed a synopsis of what has transpired in the Persian Gulf between the Americans and the Iranians, there it is. Here's leaked footage of Trump and Netanyahu after the peace agreement was reached.
Get this through your head, Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of me! That's the only reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy still around, I'll take a piece of your fucking Jew ass! Then where you gonna go? Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again! You motherfucker, you!
You motherfucker. I think
head.
that's wishful thinking. I think it's probably the reverse of that, despite whatever headline today. You know, because it's true. Trump did say, and we should find that clip real quick. This is what they're referencing. Because Trump is like, Israel would not exist without Donald Trump. He says this. Here it is. Wait, there's a few clips. I'm not sure which one. This is the clip that we were talking about earlier where Trump, I was shocked when I saw this, okay? He actually admitted that Israel is killing innocent civilians in Lebanon. I know. Deeply anti-Semitic of him to say so. He also admitted that you don't need to level residential buildings, you know? You're killing a lot of innocent people. You're leveling residential buildings just to get one guy. And like I said to you earlier, he's highlighting that crime of disproportionate violence. You're supposed to obey the principle of proportionality. The target must match the firepower. Well, that's not Israel's MO, of course. But it's just shocking to hear Donald Trump say this, because I don't even think Biden said this.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Wow. Shots fired at Netanyahu.
And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement, that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It wasn't like in the southern side, and you know, it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't.
I always think about what the Israelis' response is going to be to what Trump says, and I love it. You know, I just imagine them crying, and they are. They're crying right now about all this.
Not at all. But I think that Syria, you know, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable, and he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for. He's done. And if Israel can't do the job,
he's talking about Al-Jilani, by the way,
without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
The leader that was put into place by the Mossad themselves. Make Ukraine Israel again, huh? I need to think about that. Do we support this message? Make Ukraine Israel again. I don't want Israel anywhere. Anywhere that Trump doesn't like is worth visiting. Yes, I agree. I want to be far the fuck away from this idiot. Haters will say I have Trump derangement syndrome, of course. All right, so that's pretty shocking. And you wonder, why is he saying this now? What's really the story behind this? Is this just politics as usual? Is this just more rhetoric from Trump trying to pretend like there's a wedge between America and Israel and that he's really calling the shots? Because look what he says. I might not be able to find it now. There's another clip of him saying that, let's see, maybe it's here.
Does not like them. And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long.
Okay, no,
and too many people are being...
It's the same clip. But he does say that Israel would not exist without the United States. And then he says, he goes further. He says Israel would not exist without Donald Trump. And everyone, you know, all the Likudniks are saying that the United States would not exist without Israel. The United States would not exist without Jewish people. So it's like, which one is it? They're saying completely opposite things. All right, let's go back up and look at our go in order with our bookmarks. Okay, Colin Firth's ex-wife, Livia Giugali, or whatever, calls on Hollywood to expel Gwyneth Paltrow over her support for the genocide in Palestine. I agree. Bezalel Smotrich says he canceled the Hebron Agreement. And what is the Hebron Agreement? It's the protocol concerning the redeployment in Hebron, also known as the Hebron Protocol or Hebron Agreement, which was signed on January 17th, 1997 by Israel, represented by Benjamin Netanyahu, and the PLO, represented by Yasser Arafat at the time. It concerned the partial redeployment of Israeli military forces from Hebron in accordance with the 1995 Oslo Accords. The Hebron Protocol initiated the third partial Israeli withdrawal after the Gaza-Jericho Agreement and the further withdrawal from populated Palestinian areas in the West Bank. So this is more of the same theme of the Israelis setting fire to all of the Palestinian settlements in the West Bank, expanding their occupation. That's Bezalel Smotrich's main wet dream that he's carrying out in the West Bank. He's been in charge of that. So he says he canceled the Hebron Agreement. The significance of this decision is that many authorities that were granted in Hebron, and that the holy sites, including the rock of our existence, the cave of the patriarchs, are no longer in the hands of the terror municipality in Hebron, but return to the full responsibility of the state of Israel. So more ethnic cleansing. He says this is far more than a planning step. This is a historic correction. It's a historic correction. We are continuing the revolution of settlement regulation, strengthening governance and deepening Israeli sovereignty in the colonial Judea and Samaria. The settlement in colonial Judea and Samaria, also known as the occupied West Bank, is the security belt of the state of Israel. Anyone who looks from the Hebron area at the coastal plain understands very well that occupied West Bank is not a distant periphery. They are the security belt of the state of Israel, the security of Kfar Saba, blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. The tiny hat man has spoken. They're holding up some, Jewish artifact of sorts. That's him pictured with Israel Katz and another tiny hatted man. So Israeli Telegram channel that has 180,000 plus members is in mourning and fury. God will curse Trump. They're continuing to crash out. You love to see it. They're crying, why is this agreement a strategic disaster? Trump is giving the Iranians quite a lot and getting nothing in return. The most absurd thing is that this war ends with a relief in sanctions for oil sales, something that did not exist before the war. What do the Americans get? Nothing. No nuclear, no ballistic, no proxy. Yeah, it sucks to suck, doesn't it, Israel? God will curse Trump, says another Chosenite. It is strange to an illogical degree. This is a diplomatic attack, a huge and massive disaster. Unequivocally something very strange and unclear. Rehabilitation of this scumbag sold us out for nothing. Yes. Yes. Cry harder, Zio turds. The first war in Israel's history that we lost. Oh no. And the longest, the absolute victory. Cry, 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 cry. How do they know what it is in the agreement if it has not been officially published yet? Ha ha ha, listen, he must leave the United States and move to the Chinese. Not move to China, but move to the Chinese. So Donald Trump is now Chinese. He was turning Chinese. He's now fully Chinese, according to the Israelis. Complete, utter betrayal. All right, we have to take a look at the ever-based James Lee on his latest clip here.
People will say, Israel isn't our enemy. They are our greatest ally. Our greatest ally, TM. But actually, no. Not according to them, we aren't.
The U.S. and Israel do not have the same interests. And people who pretend that they do, like Mark Levin, it's, you know, and I'm talking from the Israel side. I'm sitting in Israel. I live in Israel. My kids fight in the Israeli army. I served in the Israeli army. That is where my concern is. I immigrated to this country. And, you know, so, but pretending that the U.S. and Israel have the same interests is just a recipe for
This guy's name is Rabbi Pesach Wolicki. Pesach Wolicki. It's obviously an ancient Middle Eastern name.
Understanding what we're seeing here.
Loud and clear, we do not have the same interests. Plain and simple. Not only that, we also don't even have a mutual defense treaty with them like we do other countries, for example, NATO allies, or Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, many others. In fact, in the latest peace deal with Iran that's supposed to be signed this Friday in Switzerland, which we'll have to see if that ends up actually happening, Netanyahu is explicitly saying that Israel is not a party to that U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding, meaning that they don't care. They will do whatever they want. So if we want to save America, this is the time. This is the fight that we need to all unite on. I know, yes, there are other issues. There are a bunch of other domestic issues, cultural issues that people might not agree on. But if we want to save America, we need to come together right now. People will say,
Save America. George Galloway says, truly unspeakable horror. Gaza's displacement camps are facing infestation as rats and other dangerous rodents spread through tents housing families. Look at this shit.
You are. شلك bag.
Insane. There's a shot of Barron Trump there. Naftali Bennett says to Iran, I'm going to be your worst nightmare. Naftali Bennett is challenging Netanyahu for the prime ministership of Israel in this upcoming election. I think it's going to be held in October. And it appears that Naftali Bennett is poised to take over. Netanyahu has another challenger he's been going after, Gadi Eisenkot, who literally formalized the Dahaya Doctrine. He was the IDF Southern Commander. He was responsible for many war crimes in Lebanon and Gaza. And also his son was killed in Gaza after October 7th. So a bit of a silver lining there. So Naftali Bennett says he's going to be Iran's worst nightmare. Whenever someone says it is the Netanyahu coalition that is hell-bent on forever wars and genocide, they're lying to you. Israeli society itself as a whole is for apartheid and ethnic cleansing, left, right, and center. That is definitely something that we all agree with, I'm sure. And if you don't agree with that, you need to learn more.
So, if anything, we've all seen the true Iran. I also want to tell you that I believe that soon in Israel, there'll be a new government. Hopefully, I'll lead that new government. And I want to tell the Iranian regime from here, the regime, I'm going to be your worst nightmare ever. I won't relent until we free your people, ensure you don't have a nuclear...
won't relent until we free your people.
...weapon. So you've got no hope. We won't let up on this effort because it's fighting for our freedom, for our security, and for the benefit of the entire Middle East. So
for the benefit of greater Israel, more like. So here you go. Elon Musk just gained Bill Gates' entire net worth in one day. $119 billion he made today. What a fake-ass economy. Do you think that Elon Musk did $119 billion worth of work today to have the unearned income of $119 billion in one day, in 24 hours? That's okay. $119 billion, that's small potatoes. The man's worth $1.2 trillion. Under capitalism, one guy gets $1 trillion while everyone else can't afford rent. It's largely true. People are glazing Elon Musk's trillionaire status.
Some of y'all are weird. It is amazing that Elon Musk is a trillionaire. He's an immigrant from South Africa who arrived in America at 17 with $2,000 and a suitcase full of books. He paid his way through college, graduated with over 100 grand in debt, and then sold his first company for $309 million at 27. He co-founded PayPal and Tesla. We love that. He co-founded
he's a trillionaire because of debt.
SpaceX, which is developing cheaper and reusable rockets so we're less dependent on Russia, and Starlink, which is providing internet to poor and war-torn nations like Ukraine.
He's a trillionaire because he doesn't service his own debt. We do.
And Neuralink, which is allowing ALS patients to communicate. SpaceX alone created thousands of jobs in working-class communities, and its blue-collar workers who receive hourly wages have stock in the company.
They created jobs, yes, and they have stock in the companies, and the way that the stock rises is to undermine the livelihoods of their employees. That's how the stock rises. So it's like you're buying equity in a company, but the only reason that the share price raises and your sum gets larger, ostensibly, is for them to cut your wages, cut your income, reduce, the quality of your working conditions. That's how they tie you to this exploitative system. Oh, you'll get equity in the company. Well, that equity is tied to your exploitation.
Company does well, they do well. SpaceX.
You really can't, Comrade Cranky. You're absolutely right.
The $75 billion IPO, or initial public offering, that technically made him a trillionaire on Friday, also made over 4,000 of his employees millionaires, which is so cool. And this particular IPO is unique because really anybody could get in on the money-making fun. If you had the Robin
Hood... How many millions of people is it impoverishing?
App, you could...
Yeah, his largest institutional shareholders made lots of money too. Great. BlackRock is making a killing right now. Awesome.
Made some cash. And also, his business doing well allows venture investors to cash...
And the upper echelon, the C-suite class of executives, yeah, they're millionaires now. Oh, well, shit. I guess it's working like a charm then.
Out and then pour their money into startups.
The only reason these people are trillionaires, billionaires, and millionaires is because of public money, because they have a government insurance policy.
That are working on innovations that could potentially save lives.
They can speculate and be all risky with your money, and when those speculative investments tank, well, they'll just foot you with the bill. It's in America. It's the profits are privatized, the costs are always nationalized, and that's something I think we need to make a distinct point about. Profits, individual profits, the profits of these corporations, cry harder. Are you serious? Cry harder. Here I'm trying to explain to you the mechanism of finance capitalism and how it exploits people like you little dingleberry. And all you're saying, oh, I'm just complaining. Why don't I cry about it?
Cancer vaccines. He is a literal engine for the American economy. When he makes...
He alone. That's so hilarious. I mean, apparently we don't need an entire working class. We have Elon Musk. He can just be the engine for the economy. That's funny, right? Because the engine for the economy are the producers of the economy, the actual working class, the goods and services producing sector. The ones that commit their labor to innovating products, to creating, productive supply chains, creating products that are profitable. That would be the producers, yes. They are the engine. But you see, this is the cultural hegemony of capitalism at play. We don't equate labor with hard work. We equate ownership of labor as meaning hard work, as to being hard work. And we think of one man. It's the white savior. It's the what do they? There's a whole theory of how the philosophy of capitalism. Basically, they always pin all of this success on one person that everyone should emulate as being the engine of the economy. Okay, I'll show
money,
it.
it doesn't just sit idle in a bank account. It gets injected immediately back into the country through massive capital expenditures. Duh. Economists call this the multiplier effect. The thousands of jobs that he creates at his facilities creates thousands more for local builders and suppliers and service workers across the country. All good things. Elon is successful because he took risks. He failed.
Again, the public takes the risk. Elon Musk does not take a risk. I mean, the whole concept of taking a risk is borrowing bank credit to finance your business ventures. And how is this credit paid off over time? It's via taxpayer money. You know, it's just like she doesn't understand how the economy actually works. She's just like, oh, look, he's the head of all these companies. He must be a productive member of society. No, he's a exploiter of society. He's exploiter of industrial capitalism.
Countless times, but he kept trying and it worked out. Jeff Bezos, he failed big time last week, lost himself a lot of money, but he's also going to keep trying. We also forget that Elon Musk risked almost his entire early fortune on Tesla and SpaceX. Thank God he did, because it...
Why is it never considered a risk when you commit your entire life, your blood, your sweat, your tears, your money, your energy, your very being, your very identity to a corporation? And the corporation can just, they're basically renting your labor, right? They don't have any obligation to, you know, take care of you or to give you, you know, some security or stability. In fact, they design the system so that you are insecure, that you are unstable, that you do live a precarious life, so that because you're in that weakened position, you depend upon big multinational corporations. Why is that not risky, to devote your life to corporations, you know, your health to corporations, your time? Time is the biggest commodity. That's the biggest risk. But when speculators make speculative, risky investments with money that's backed by the government, aka taxpayer money, which if it is a risk, and if it does go south, the government will insure the investment and the public will pay the banks or these private corporations back so that they remain solvent. Why is that not a risk considered, you know, by the working class?
Eventually paid off. Now we have self-driving cars. If you were mad about it, well then, my friend, you have envy, and the Bible says not to have that. Whether you are Carl Anthony Towns of the Knicks worth over $100 million, or Jimmy Kimmel worth over $75 million, or Elon Musk, or Jeff from down the street, you too can use the free market American system to take risks and become as successful as you want to be. Elon Musk is proof of that.
We're all just temporarily embarrassed trillionaires. I mean, if everyone was a trillionaire, nobody would be a trillionaire. You feel me? You know, the very fact that we live in a world where there is a one person that has the net worth, individual net worth of $1 trillion, is linked causally to the impoverishment and the dispossession of resources and wealth from the majority. That's, you know, you can't have expropriation without dispossession. You can't accumulate things and enrich yourself without impoverishing others. That's because we live in a world of finite resources, and yet we have a political economy that is predicated on infinite accumulation of commodities. So those are irreconcilable contradictions. But, you know, as the cultural hegemony of capitalism teaches us, we only acknowledge the assets, never the liabilities. We acknowledge the profits. We don't acknowledge the consequences, the debits, the debt. We acknowledge, you know, the innovation. We don't acknowledge the abhorrent supply chain and the misery and poverty that it creates to produce these gadgets for the high-tech economy. So every time, you know, people want to either glaze Elon or defend the economy, they tacitly assume that we accept their framework, because you can't talk about the economy without also being political. You can't defend the economy without defending the class that controls the economy. and the ideas that that class that controls the economy wants to promote. It's a very specific way of organizing the economy, which is not tied to human nature, you know, because we know human nature is malleable. And, you know, if it was human nature, we wouldn't need a standing army to enforce what is human nature, you know. We wouldn't need the monopoly of violence that is required to enforce this political economy of capitalism. So they're always, you know, unwittingly self-reporting their own political bias based on how they represent the economy, how they talk about the economy. Because we are acknowledging the framework. We're acknowledging the structure of it. We understand that there are structural problems with the economy. We question the way that it's organized itself, but people that are like this person, they can only articulate it from inside the box. They can only explain capitalism to us. And you can't explain, if I'm saying I think capitalism is illegitimate, and you say, well, this is how capitalism works, that doesn't disprove my thesis. That's not a rebuttal to my argument. If I say I think the tax code is written wrong, it's written in a way that benefits finance capitalism, it benefits the banks, which control the economy. And then you say, well, this is how the IRS does it, okay? Well, that's not an argument. I think the IRS should change its policies. You know, we shouldn't, if we're going to tax income, we should tax wealth. You know, we should integrate this concept that it is possible to have unearned income. And I think in this age of finance capitalism, they have completely done away with that pretense or that idea that a person can accumulate wealth via unearned income, via the hard work of others, in other words. But they don't even acknowledge that such a thing is possible. So, you know, if you take out a loan and then you can't, you're late one month and you have to pay a penalty, that penalty fee is considered a financial service according to the financial institutions, which, formulate how much the GDP is every year. Does that make sense? So again, we heard from Trump earlier that, well, we didn't hear from him because I couldn't find the clip, but you'll just take it at my word that he did say this today, that Israel wouldn't exist without the United States, Israel wouldn't exist without Donald Trump. But here we have Mike Huckabee saying the exact opposite.
Of Israel, but it is also my job to represent the importance of Israel to the United States. This is just another reminder that it is your heritage without a doubt. But Minister, it is also the heritage of the United States.
Say
without Israel, without the Jewish foundation,
there you go. Say
there
Jews
would not be an America. We owe our very existence for what happened in this land of Israel.
Another clip of Trump at the G7.
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
Be more responsible with respect to Lebanon. Yeah. It's a lot of words to just say, stop bombing Lebanon.
Lebanon used to be a great country. It was a country where you had professors, doctors.
So are you blaming Israel for the state of Lebanon right now, Donald Trump? Well, how anti-Semitic of you.
Lawyers. The great intellect was in Lebanon. Now it's terrible.
So that's crazy, right? If you read between the lines, he's sort of blaming Netanyahu for the fact that Lebanon is a backward state, and not because of what? The FBI acknowledged terror group Hezbollah? He's got more harsh words for Bibi Netanyahu than Hezbollah? What in the anti-Semitic hell is going on? So here's another clip of Benjamin Netanyahu basically attacking his challenger, Gadi Eisenkot, saying that Eisenkot would not have attacked Iran.
לאיזנקוט אין ממשלה בלי המפלגות הערביות.
You get the idea. So Gadi Eisenkot and Naftali Bennett are the main challengers to Netanyahu for this upcoming election in Israel in October. So we just watched that Mike Huckabee clip where he says Israel, without Israel, there would be no America. Anna Kasparian says, my dad is older than Israel. That's the same for me, actually, too. Yet this pathetic man utters the claim that the U.S. wouldn't exist without Israel? Are you kidding me? That literally makes no historical sense, right? We're celebrating our 250th year in existence, the United States of America, 1776. Israel just celebrated its 78th birthday. How in the hell does time work this? I thought time was chronological. Not if you're Jewish. The vids are too loud. I need to turn my mic up. Okay. I turned it up. I hope it's better now. Let's pull all financial and military support and see how long the genocidal welfare queens last. That's a... God damn, I love that. So Iran is threatening to strike Israel as of 5 hours ago. Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya central headquarters says the terrorist army of the Zionist regime has violated the ceasefire in southern Lebanon 84 times in the past 2 days. After the U.S. president announced the end of the war and continues its crimes and killings of the oppressed people of Lebanon. It is warned that if the child-killing army of the Zionist regime does not cease its mischief in southern Lebanon, it should expect a harsh response. Holy shitballs. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You love me. You really, really love me. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifter for gifting 50 subscriptions to the stream. You keep me going. That is amazing. I only wish I knew your name so I could sing your praises, but sadly we will never know who on earth would have gifted us 50 subs anonymously, so charitably, and yet did not want any recognition. That's just incredibly gracious of you. Saeed. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I sneezed. That's right, JJX. We got that oil baron. We got our greaser greasing those wheels. If only we knew his name. Or their name. Maybe it was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe that's who it was. Yes, Kitty Boy is still here. Thank you for asking. I'll pass along your warm regards to him. I don't know where he is. He's probably plotting his next act of arson. I'll shut my mouth real hard right now. All right, I have to do what my patron says. So that'll be it for me tonight, guys. I'm just going to shut my mouth for the next 3 hours. And we'll just stare at each other. I don't care. I'll make this awkward. I love cultivating an energy of awkwardness with you all. Okay. All right. You know what? I can't do it. I tried. I'm going to keep my mouth open. I'm defying orders. I'm just seeing all these new people that are in the stream. The community is growing. Oh, MTG is off limit. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk about your queen. How dare I? That was rude of me. MTG is sacred. MTG belongs to Saeed, and Don't talk about his woman like that. Mali, thank you for the follow. That's anti-Saidism. We don't have none of that here. We do not tolerate anti-Saidism in the stream. Okay, MSNBC is in full-blown meltdown mode over the Iran deal. You love to see it. They are furious that Iran put an end to the Israeli slaughter in Lebanon. There's one thing they hate. It's the threat of peace. United States corporate media is completely and utterly deranged, says Nick Cruz.
How you characterize this kind of settlement other than the Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
All right, Raven's Tongue getting up in the mix. Not to be outdone, Raven's Tongue, thank you for the 5 gifted. Not only are you gifting subscriptions, but you're also a moderator for the stream. You do great work. And we love you for that. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it.
It's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here that the Israelis are now being held back.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you that I ended up emailing Michael Hudson, the economist, and he got back to me right away. I'm happy to report, and he said he's busy till July, but he'd be more than happy to join us for a discussion about the economy, about a whole range of things. But I really want to talk about finance capitalism, because I really want, it's not enough for me to say, oh, the economy is parasitic, it's exploitative. We've heard this. We know this. But I think it's not really getting through to people. And I really want to have the language down. I want to really understand in minute detail how we're being exploited, especially in this present epoch, because capitalism has changed so much over the centuries. We've gone through different iterations of capitalism, and Michael Hudson has a stranglehold on the rhetoric and the talking points and the arguments for describing and articulating the present epoch of capitalism. So I'm happy to have this discussion. Again, I'll keep you posted when we finally set a date, but more on that later. All right, let's go back.
And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere.
Normally, but we're talking about Lebanon here. We're talking about terrorist Arabs.
But the fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal. Everybody was told to stop shooting, to put their arms down. We've now told one of our most important allies in the world that we don't want them defending.
Who hates us, by the way.
Themselves. The strike that Trump condemned over the weekend was a strike that was after a terrorist, a Hezbollah terrorist, wanted by the United States for having.
Look at you pulling double duty. Thank you, Mali.
Killed 5 Americans, kidnapped and killed 5 Americans, Mohammed Dakdouk. And here we are telling our ally that strike should have never happened.
See, she's talking about Dakdouk. This guy that, apparently was on some list in the State Department that, the United States has been trying to get to, Hezbollah official. Israel got him, and they thought they were doing some good, solid thing to say, hey, see, we're on the same team. But that was, obviously the real reason was to render the Iran peace deal obsolete. But she's repeating it. She's like, look, we should be congratulating the Israelis for doing this strike. They got, Ali Dakdouk.
Because the Iranian regime gets shaky about it, because they're the ones suddenly that have the strength to negotiate from a position of strength. In Lebanon specifically, when you have a ceasefire that doesn't detail how Hezbollah is going to get disarmed, who's doing the disarmament, what happens with Israel, what are the terms of their withdrawal, what's the relationship between the Lebanese and Israeli military?
They have so much energy and so much words for bombing people. They just... No, but it's like, we think peace, maybe. But have you considered no? But what about this and that and the other?
What is the rule?
No, we don't want to kill people anymore. But that's anti-Semitic. You hate the Jews.
U.S. military, it's a disaster because it emboldens Hezbollah to go out there. And by the way, they already are going out there saying, you see, it's the Iranians that brought us peace. It's us who are bringing you peace. No one in Lebanon believes it, but now they're going to the extent of threatening coup.
Somebody needs to frag this bitch with a pillowcase filled with bars of soap.
Against the government, saying that the Lebanese government that did everything it could to separate
In a video game, of course. That was
itself
just
from the Iranian
just a little satirical joke for you. Ha ha hee hee.
to pursue peace talks because they know it's in their national security interest to say, you know what? This government doesn't represent us, and we don't want any kind of peace talks with Israel. It is a disaster.
So then what motivates the
She's like,
how do you characterize this kind of settlement?
More. Yes. Another clip of Donald Trump at G7.
And in all fairness to Bibi, I remember very well, Bibi came to Washington and he begged Obama not to make that deal. And Obama was on the side of Iran, not Israel. And he made the deal. That deal was a disaster.
Nothing we didn't already see. Zionists are crashing out, like we said. They're lying, too, because this guy, Guy Atzriel, his name's Guy Israel? No, it's Atzriel. He says, I can now confirm that Israel formally requested access to the Iran Memorandum of Understanding and was denied. Can you believe that? A remarkable and highly unusual development between close allies on an issue of such critical national security importance. We think they're lying. We think that the Israelis know what the Memorandum of Understanding actually says. They're just trying to cry victim. Because that's what Israelis did. This is what childhood looks like in Gaza, by the way. This clip went viral. 25 million views. It's like the whole world sees what's going on. This kid has no idea. Look at this, dude. This is crazy. Donald Trump Jr. pulls out a little baggie with white powder at his father's birthday party on camera. It says the worst timing in history. This is at the UFC event on Sunday. Look at this. See that? What is this? What is he doing? He's pulling out the Coke bag. Oh my God. What are you doing? They're just a bunch of cokehead pedophiles. Just a little booger sugar, says one chatter. It's probably some good shit. Yeah, I mean, if Hunter can do it. What about Hunter Biden being a crackhead, though? You remember doing the same in the club back in your 20s, huh? The song was about to peak. Here's another feel-good story. Israeli Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir canceled a planned family trip after the United States refused to grant him a visa for a wedding in Miami. This motherfucker can't even go to the Zionist cesspool of Miami? I want to hear more about this story. What? Wow. This is like another Holocaust right here. This picture. Jesus. Definitely saving that for no obvious reasons. That is good. Wah. I don't know. Who knows if that story's even real? There's no link to any article. You can't really believe much that you see on Twitter. You always got to verify. Russia and Turkey support the creation of a Palestinian state, says Foreign Minister Lavrov.
And we complement each other's efforts in all these regions. We are concerned with issues that are emerging in the Middle East due to the Iranian conflict, or rather Iranian-Israeli conflict that is spreading outside the Strait of Hormuz. The issue of
the capital of Israel, Miami?
Lebanon has not disappeared. The issue of Palestine has not disappeared either, even though the Palestinian state, the leadership of Israel said, is not going to be established, which is a direct violation of the UN ruling. Russia and Turkey cannot agree with this, and we will continue to insist on making sure that the agreements that were reached were implemented. We reaffirmed our interest in stabilizing the situation in Syria, and there are some positive developments there, even though many issues are still exist, and we will continue to cooperate in the field.
Based. Donald Trump just arrived in France for the G7 summit. This is obviously AI because Donald Trump does not have that much hair. Ronald McDonald. Where's his Happy Meal? See, a former Israeli intelligence officer is making an explosive claim. Netanyahu could use unseen Epstein material to blow up a U.S.-Iran peace deal. I think we're headed for fucking crazy times. I've got my popcorn ready. This is a shit show. It's like, I've got the cheap seats for this sideshow circus. I can't wait. Let's do it. Let's release, everything. Let's destroy. I'm going to choose my words carefully here. I'm going to censor myself before I get in trouble here. But let's just see what this clip says.
If there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. And he put it out there. New material that wasn't seen before in public.
Let's go.
So it's not just Trump. I know that Howard Lutnick is mentioned. There are other officials.
Not just Trump, other officials too. Yes. And he'll try to sabotage the whole negotiation and deal that would be that they're trying to make together. If there's
I like the way that Nick Bryant puts it. It's like the Epstein class is on this mega yacht way out at sea, and they've got everything that they could possibly want. They can do everything that they want. There's nothing that's taboo. You know, you want some children to X, Y, and Z, no problem. Whatever you want to do, nothing is illegal. But if you try to leave the yacht, the people on the yacht will kill you. Jake Shields brings up an interesting point. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's interesting to think about, interesting to muse about. And he says Benjamin Netanyahu released the Monica Lewinsky story when Bill Clinton didn't follow orders. I could believe that. 7 hours ago, Dr. Morandi says the genocidal Zionist regime has killed more Lebanese citizens today in violation of the ceasefire. In case you were just joining us, Israel has violated the ceasefire with Lebanon 84 times in just the past 48 hours. So they're Gazifying Lebanon as we speak. And it's even gotten to Trump. Trump is now raising the alarm bells about what Israel's doing to Lebanon, if you can believe that. And it's just, I think, more volatility we can expect over the next few days till Friday. Friday's going to be a big day. I mean, will he or won't he? Will they or won't they? Will it be an end to war? Will it not be? I think not. I think it's going to continue. Thank you, Izzy Peasy. I appreciate the comment and the super chat. Yep, that's what we're here to do. I hope it helps. Here is Nick Cruz talking about Graham Plantner. Graham Mossad Plantner, who apparently has the backing of Bill Marburg. Yeah, that tells you everything, right? He says Graham Plantner is not anti-war. He's a NATO leftist who has a Nazi tattoo because he supports Ukrainian Nazi militias. And obviously he's committed untold amounts of war crimes and was part of the mercenary outfit Blackwater.
But this is the guy that the Bernie Media Industrial Complex is dying on the hill to defend, because you guys know they are obsessed with electoralism.
They're obsessed with electoralism.
It took me 10 seconds to find this and clip it. Meanwhile, Hassan Piker, TYT, the entire Bernie Media Industrial Complex, and I'm saying them, but bro, there's actually, I've seen a lot of people that I intellectually respected that's glazing this guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, come on, do you know he's an anti-war guy? Is he though?
Respect international law consistently. I am a firm supporter of Ukraine's right to resist a Russian invasion.
Yup. There it is. So he supports Israel.
Vladimir Putin saved those Ukrainian kids from the Epstein regime, and they will never forgive him.
They will never forgive him.
So he supports NATO getting involved in disrupting the sovereignty of ethnic Russians in the Donbass, who was upset with Russia for not doing this before. Because Ukraine and the EU refused to recognize their rightful referendum, their disdain with their government who banned socialist parties. So here's Graham Plantner, who says, I stand with Ukraine in their right to ban socialist parties, ban opposition media, kill Russians.
Be Nazis.
They can do everything they want, because that's how much we are willing to be shielded for the NATO regime just for some welfare programs. This is the Abu Ghraib left.
The Abu Ghraib left. That's hilarious.
This man, Graham Plantner, was like, I died fighting for these freedoms that Donald Trump did. Like, bro, you was a guard at Abu Ghraib. What the fuck you talking about? He still says this shit all the time. He says, well, I fought and died for these freedoms. I didn't fight and die for these freedoms just for Donald Trump to trample all over them. And then the Hassan Piker loved the shit. Like, bro, you was a guard for Abu Ghraib, bro. The most obvious John Fetterman I ever seen. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, all the Graham Plantner lovers, they're not going to cover this, right? There's literally a left in the United States that is weak on Nazism. And you're not anti-war, you're not anti-imperialist if you support the aggression of the NATO regime.
How is Ukraine and Israel related? These wars are funded by the same Jewish supremacist banksters. It's the same people profiting. It's the military-industrial complex of U.S. imperialism. It's the same front line happening around the world. You know, it's the same story. You can tie it to the Southeast Asia, all of the front lines of imperialism, wherever the United States military bases are located, and there is antagonisms, there's conflicts. It's all the same conflict. Same money. Yeah, that's the big point, is just follow the money, you know? BlackRock is funding the Ukraine war. They're funding Israel's genocide. And it's the same people. You know, the Rothschilds.
Respect international law consistently. I am a firm supporter of Ukraine's right.
That's why Israel stands with Ukraine. And that's why Ukraine stands with Israel.
To resist a Russian invasion.
The Graham Plantner left gave him round of applause for that. Just another analysis of this, by the way. Are you guys going to just pretend that you guys don't see this? You guys are going to pretend that these articles don't exist. You guys want to pretend that you don't see the Nazi insignias all over their military. So the guy with the Nazi tattoo is supporting a Nazi militia.
Clifford, the big red chatter, thank you for your generous donation to the stream. Welcome to Comrade Cranky, becoming a member on the stream as well. Appreciate all your support. Thank you to Obi-Wan, of course, for moderating, as well as J-Jax, Ravenstongue, Damakuno, Lurley, and beyond. Thanks to all the moderators. Okay.
But this is the guy that...
I'm so tired, boss, says Michael Danger. Danger's not your middle name, it's your last name. I guess your middle name is Tired, boss? All right, we've gone over a lot of these. Can you believe this? Erica Kirk has filed to legally remove Kirk from her last name already. It ain't been a year. I don't know if that's true. Blakely thinks it's true. She says not even going to wait a year. Seems like she still has a lot more profiting off his death to do. First person to unkirkify themselves. That's just in poor taste. I'd believe it too. I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying it's not like I see any reports about it like in articles, but this is a parody account saying this. So, my parody account devoted to basketball, apparently. This is hard to watch. Apparently cops do what cops do. They murdered a dog. And here's the lady. She's hovered over the dog. The cops are just hovering around.
Instead of you guys kill the dog and there's fucking drug dealers and shit outside, why don't you shoot those motherfuckers?
That's not a very good point.
We were just so happy.
There's poor people outside. Using and abusing, shoot them, he says.
We were just celebrating the day.
Maybe don't shoot anybody. Maybe, you know.
Instead of fucking getting a fucking piece of shit outside, you kill a fucking dog.
Oh God! Oh God! Jeremiah! Jeremiah!
Why? Why?
Why?
What is necessary?
The dog was hurling anti-Semitic slurs, apparently.
Oh, where is this shit at?
What is the purpose of all of you?
Hey, good job. This is what we pay for.
Sorry, the dog was reaching for a cell phone. We thought he had a gun.
Amazing work, guys.
Oh my God!
Sorry to make light of this. This is it's terrible. Fuck the cops, you know. But look, and then the really terrible part is like they let her grieve for a little bit, and then this cop comes over and is like, look, I understand we're sorry we shot your dog, but can you get up, please, because we got some shit we got to do. This is now a crime scene. Actually, we need a crime scene that we committed the crime, the police. See, look, ma'am, look. I'm sorry for your loss.
You're sorry? You did it.
He says we need to maintain the security of the scene or something like that. They're like, ma'am, look, we're sorry for your loss, but you're going to have to leave. This is a crime scene, and if you don't leave, we're going to have to shoot you. We are all Albanian, and apparently an Albanian man became a Palestinian when Jared Kushner and Rothschild stole his land and bulldozed his home.
It was the end of the world. The end of the world.
When Kostak Konomi approached what he says is his land on the seafront in southern Albania last month, he found a barbed wire fence and men in black uniforms refusing him entry. It was now part of a luxury resort planned by international investors, including US President Donald.
We need you to move. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at this comment, but the damage is done. We need you to move so we can plant the crack and gun on the dog. Oh my God.
Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Kanomi learned this later from news reports.
Too soon.
When the guards of the security company did not allow me to go to my own land, even just to go and rest, when they did not allow me to enter here, I felt imprisoned. They took my freedom. They took my livelihood. They took my land.
For real, it's like why not everyone on the Epstein list? If you're gonna waste bullets, might as well put them to use.
Why shouldn't I leave it as an inheritance to my children?
Because your children are now my children. Your children are anti-Semitic terrorists. They will grow up and do blood libel. Therefore, we must take this land. Your children were not chosen. Sawi. The Zionists take great pleasure in the never-ending slaughter of women and children. Grieving Palestinian people bid a sorrowful farewell to a woman and a child who were both killed by the Israelis in Gaza over the last few hours. Yeah, you right, comrade. That's so sad, man. Whoa, shots fired. Why are you attacking me, Tommy? That's a good point, Arbiter. Oh, man. The news is always heavy. Here are South Korean fans at the World Cup carrying Palestinian flags. Israelis will tell you that the genocide is okay because Palestine doesn't have a soccer team. You say free Palestine, they say, where's their team in the World Cup, though? Oh, you want a free Palestine? Well, name their first president. And to that I say, well, name the first British president. Yeah, they don't have presidents. So should we ethnically cleanse and bomb Britain? I guess the British don't deserve their state. See how that works. You know, you try to follow the logic of Israelis, but there is no logic. And it's quite easily exposed. Just using simple analogies, you know? Look at this. The Knicks have declined their invitation to the White House, it says. Let's see, as a community note, though. As of June 15th, there has been no official confirmation the New York Knicks have declined an invite to the White House. All right, that is the bulk of the repost on Twitter. Let's move along now. What should we get to? That's cool. We got Suleiman's live. Let's just see if Al Jazeera's got any updates for us. And I will put up the Discord and see what you guys have been sharing on the thread.
Hello, I'm Riley Carlson, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Here's what's coming up.
Of course,
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
Donald Trump criticizes Benjamin Netanyahu over the recent strikes on Beirut as the U.S. deal with Iran exposes tension with Israel. Israeli strikes kill 4 people in southern Lebanon. Iran warns the continued attacks could trigger a harsh response.
I feel like, dude, Iran, just go for it, man.
Ukraine's
They're not. I mean, how they're getting away with literal murder. They keep murdering people, and it's like, oh well, they keep doing that. No, they've been doing it. Let's make good on our promise so truly. Number 5. How is that going to deter Israel if they know that they can strike Lebanon with impunity, despite whatever Iran's going to say? You know, I think Iran must not really want to jeopardize things with the Americans, but I mean, it's the Americans and the Israelis that are jeopardizing things with the Iranians.
Netanyahu to act responsibly. His comments at the G7 summit come as Iran reiterated that any new Israeli strikes on Lebanon would be regarded as a violation of its agreement with the U.S. James Bays reports.
Around the table, G7 leaders with the presidents of the United Arab Emirates and Egypt and the Emir of Qatar. This annual meeting addresses the big issues in the world, but for more than 3 months, one thing has dominated both global politics and economics: the war in Iran.
This is a very important deal. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Earlier, Trump had met with the Emir to thank Qatar for its diplomatic efforts that helped push the interim deal over the line. Trump said in a way there had been regime change, with Iran already losing 2 sets of leaders.
And we're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radical.
So Donald Trump has more kind words for Lebanon and Iran, who he's speaking about here, than he does for the Israelis and their leader, Netanyahu.
And they're, looking to help their country.
Trump suggested again that Syria could be asked to intervene to disarm Hezbollah in Lebanon, and there was further stinging criticism of Israel, particularly over the attack on Beirut just hours before the deal was agreed.
I saw that attack. I saw where that bomb went. Did you see what happened? That was too much. You can do too much also. But we've had a very effective relationship. Without the United States, there would be no Israel.
Some of Trump's comments, critical of Israel and somewhat positive about Iran's new leadership, will make it harder for him to sell his deal at home, particularly as he's now said here at the G7 that he's considering sending his proposals to Congress for review.
Congress.
Those attending this summit are largely supportive of the interim peace plan, but there are many in Israel and the US who are strongly opposed and want to undermine it. James Bays, Al Jazeera, Publier in France.
Publier. All right, wait. I wanted to show you this. I was proud of this clapback. Okay, I'm a petty individual. I will be the first to admit to you. When it comes to Zionists, I have no love, no humanity for them. And I reserve the right to be all kinds of sexist, misogynist, petty, whatever, all bets are off, I think, when you're dealing with Zionists. You can insult them. You can be ableist. And so, look at this. Case in point.
Lizzie Savetsky says tonight 1,500 Zionist Jews gathered in New York City and raised $20 million for life-saving services in Israel. The louder the anti-Zionists get, the stronger and more united we become.
And she's got a picture of herself. There's
Lizzie Savetsky.
But, I mean, look at her. I said, I guess having curves is anti-Semitic too. This bitch is shaped like an exclamation point. People thought it was funny. Ooh, look at that nightmare fuel. Gross. She gets the same spray tan. She goes to her spray tan specialist and says, "I'll have the Donald Trump, please." Oh man. Curves are Hamas. Ozempic and plastic surgery. It's a terrible combination, folks. Don't do it. With a head like a horse-faced light bulb. Damn, that's... Ouch. A horse-faced light bulb? That's... I don't appreciate the slander on horses and light bulbs. By comparing those two things to this Zionist turd. Haters will say I'm misogynistic, but that's not the real truth, okay? That's not the real truth of the matter. Here's a new video explaining why it's naive to assume the ruling class will just give us universal income and how it lacks historical perspective. Any gains the working class has ever made had to be won by fighting back against the ruling class. He's absolutely right. This moment in history is no different.
So I'm making this video to react to a speech.
Fortunately, he needs to fix his audio, so I'm not going to listen to that, but I appreciate his point of view. All right, let's move now to the Discord and see what kind of slop you guys are sharing to the feed. Oh, look at that. Case in point, the very video that we just rebuked because of audio. All right, let's turn now to this ultra-Zionist John Podhoretz has a meltdown over Trump's Iran deal. Oh my God, look at him. This is a good day. It's a good day when we find that these little Chosenites are crying, complaining, whining, criticizing. Wah, wah. He says there's no person on earth who's going to say that America didn't lose this war. There's nobody.
We stopped carpet bombing them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're removing, the blockade to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Next time we'll be giving up something else to reopen.
She's saying we stopped carpet bombing them. Like it's a bad thing. Carpet bombing is a war crime. That's called disproportionate and indiscriminate violence against civilian people and objects. That's a literal crime against humanity. And she's like, I can't believe we stopped carpet bombing them.
In the Strait of Hormuz. This is the way negotiations with the Iranians work.
It's the way negotiations with us work.
Yeah,
it's about us. It's not about them. What they want is completely clear.
I knew he sounded like that too. Look at this dude crashing out.
They want freedom of action. They want to be able to close or open the Strait of Hormuz at will. They want to continue their nuclear program, and they want to continue to build ballistic missiles. And we are extending to every one of those. From what
they want survival, they want a nuclear program, and they want.
Oh, maybe the lady was actually being based. I may have misinterpreted her because she sounds like maybe she's actually defending the Iranian point of view now.
To drag out negotiations through the election. They want to humiliate Donald Trump and move on to the next president.
And they've already succeeded.
Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I'm all fucked up. Maybe she is a Zionist.
I don't know what they need to keep going for. They can negotiate.
We gotta keep going, though.
Not negotiate.
We can't have peace.
Nobody on the planet Earth is going to see this unless you are literally a paid agent of MAGA related to Donald Trump or some lunatic who is really excited by the possibility of Trump turning on Israel. There is no person on earth who is going to say that America didn't lose this war. There is nobody.
The U.S. has lost this round, but I want to.
Hilarious. Cry harder, Jew.
We stopped carpet bombing.
Eldridge loves a good Iranian pounding. Okay, Eldridge, you're making me blush. All right, find a room.
Well, no doubt that Iran won this war. Iran won the 39 days of battle with the United States and the Israeli regime and those proxies that assisted the Americans. And it's not that just Iran survived, which everyone across the world, people were stunned. It wasn't that Iran just survived. Because many were saying if Iran just survives, they win. No, Iran till the very end were pounding them day and night. And the damage that Iran did to the U.S., to the Israeli regime.
Say it slower, Dr. Morandi. Say it again. Whisper it to me.
And to their proxies in the region was far greater than the damage they did. And I mean in sheer cost.
No, I'm not playing
Iran
the Gay Horses song again, okay? That was a waste of time. We've banned Gay Horses. They're not allowed on stream anymore.
Trying to create
Aren't they really alpacas, though?
Environment where regional countries neighboring the Persian Gulf will distance themselves from the United States and normalize their relationship and build a new relationship which would be beneficial to everyone in our region and would be very bad news for the Israeli regime. But in any case, then the Americans imposed siege warfare and they lost again. They were the one reason why Trump gave those concessions when Netanyahu struck Dahi again and Iran was about to fire its missiles was because, in my opinion, this is just my own interpretation of events, my own understanding. He knows that the economy is about to go off a cliff and that in July things are going to get very bad and the shortages are going to
That's exactly what Larry Johnson just said, too.
And so on. So I think that he was afraid that Iran would fire missiles, which Iran was going to do, and then the Israelis would hit back, and then Iran would strike, and then there would be a few days of war until the Israelis would back down. And then this process would be delayed a few more weeks. And he probably just said, no, I have to get it. So immediately, before Iran fired those missiles, he went and gave those concessions. So Iran won the war, Iran won the siege, and so far Iran has won at the negotiating table. However, we do not trust the Americans. The Israeli regime is the most despicable regime in human history. So there's no way for us to trust them. So we're going to move forward without having any faith in the process.
I love that, man.
Well, no doubt that Iran.
Clifford, thank you so much for the super. Clifford's back in the biz. He's back in the mix. We love your big red ass. You big, beautiful red bitch. I say that with love. Too based, says Lolo. Too based, indeed. Lolo Steen. Lolo McLefty-Witz. McLeftyberg. Inheimer. I'd vote for him. Morandi for president. You know, he was born in the States, so technically could happen. Here's the former head of the DEA saying Israel has access to FISA-collected data on Americans. In other news, man gets bitten by dog.
Does the prohibition on the CIA of engaging in law enforcement and spying on Americans in America not stop them, or they just not give a damn about the federal laws, in this case, their own charter and the law which created them, which was insisted upon by the president who signed them into existence, Harry Truman?
Well, unfortunately, post 9/11, the federal agencies were scolded and said, hey, you need to cooperate. You need to know what each other's doing. So what that has had is a very hegemonic influence over U.S. law enforcement and the military. And they've created these things like fusion centers where all telecommunication intercepts come together.
I think he's speaking to the fact that, like, the 9/11 Commission report highlighted the cause of 9/11 was, or the fact that there was, they were able to be successful. Whoever you want to say did 9/11, was it the Israelis? Was it the Mossad? Was it actually, hijackers from Yemen and Saudi Arabia, etc.? But apparently, what they blame it on is that the CIA and the FBI weren't really talking to each other. They're very competitive and they wouldn't share information. And so this just somehow just slipped through the cracks this diabolical master plan to take down the Twin Towers and hit the Pentagon and maybe even hit the Capitol, etc. So that's what they say, but that's just the cover, you know?
Both what they call the light side and the dark side. That's the terminology in the intel community, and of course DEA.
Asking for myself. That's true, Saeed. You are a Semitic person, and if you endow me with the permission, with the license to be anti-Semitic, then sure, I would gladly accept that. Although I think that I've already proven myself to be a devout, you know, over the years. But I could definitely use your support if you'd be willing to lend it 100%. All right. Well, there we go. So when they come for me, I'll just say Saeed said it was okay, though. You think that'll work?
Is a member of the intelligence community, and I myself had a top secret SCI clearance, so that's the clearance above, top secret to receive.
Like, I can't be an anti-Semite. My parasocial friend online is a Semite.
These communication intercepts, and unfortunately, not only the CIA but the Mossad, Israel is allowed unfettered access to this information at these fusion centers. Whenever you're read into a top secret program or a SCIF or an SCI program, you are told that it's need to know. The only people that can get the information are those that have a need to know. But with the Israelis, this doesn't apply. They are able to siphon off the raw data. And
wow, you go back to Noah? That's impressive. I'm impressed by your Semitic history.
Use it for themselves. They're considered friends and allies. And for some reason,
it's like, I've got the documents here, okay? This is my Semitic friend Saeed. Look, his lineage goes to Noah. Thank you. The biblical Noah. Yes, that one. And he says I can be against Semitism as much as I want.
And that restriction that applies within the federal law enforcement community doesn't apply to this foreign government.
All right, what is
so I will tell the tiny hat community, suck it.
Dark side and what is light side? That phrase that you just used.
Yeah, this is common terminology in these telecommunication fusion centers, and there's one in Northern Virginia that I've worked at. And light side means anything that was obtained through a legal judicial warrant, what law enforcement call a T3 affidavit. So this is a legal law enforcement intercept that is used ostensibly for going to court to, as a last resort, to track a criminal suspect. So it's vetted by a judge. Now, the dark side operations are the things that are not vetted by a judge, just military. A lot of it is NSA, and of course, NSA is military, primarily run out of Fort Meade, Maryland.
Okay, whatever. He's boring. I understand. I understand that you're bored by that. I was too. Sometimes I'm not ready to receive the information if the information is being presented to me so boringly.
אני חושב שזה יום דרמטי עבור כל הישראלים ולדעתי גם עבור הדורות הבאים של הישראלים, כי היום הזה מסמן היפוך במזרח התיכון. ישראל הייתה המעצמה החזקה, המובילה במזרח התיכון עם גיבוי אמריקני, וההסכם הזה סולל לאיראן את הדרך להיות המעצמה המשמעותית ביותר באזור. ברגע שאיראן מתחילה להוציא נפט, מתחילה להרוויח מאות מיליארדים מהנפט שלה שעד היום היא לא יכלה לייצא אותו, מקבל 24 מיליארד דולר כספים קפואים, מקבלת 300 מיליארד דולר תוכנית סיוע שכלולה בהסכם. כל הדברים האלה
I always can feel my body getting a disease as I'm listening to these Hebrewites.
את איראן במהירות למעצמה מאוד חזקה. היא תוכל
I feel like I'm catching COVID right now listening to this man's fucking mouth do it whatever it's doing right now.
ולתמוך בשלוחים בחיזבאללה, בחות'ים, לחמש אותם מחדש, ומעל כל אלה יש לנו משטר נקמני יותר.
I don't know what he's saying and I don't care. I'm sure it's about murder, death and vengeance.
קודמו, זאת אומרת, יש לו עכשיו מוטיבציה לנקום, עם יכולת גרעינית, כך שיכול מאוד להיות שאנחנו נקבל בהסכם הזה איראן לא רק חזקה.
This Jew is talking about revenge? The Zios are crying about Iran becoming a powerful nation in the region. Yes. Yes, it's all happening. Thank God. We are really witnessing quite a watershed moment in history. I do believe that. It's like there's no going back. We've changed things. And this is why we hate Israel. Israeli forces targeting journalists in occupied West Bank. I feel like if I was a journalist in Palestine, I would not be wearing that press thing, man. That's like, here, target, yes, I'm conducting journalism. You're just saying the IDF, please. You know? Why would, I mean, at this point, better to just not do that. Why not just wear like an IDF puke green outfit, you know? I mean, I just feel like you're asking for it. Unfortunately, I mean, I wish it wasn't the case, but like we're dealing with savage animals here. Look at them.
يلا البيت يلا هاتم تصادق.
U.S. is so cooked they have a rabbi calling Gentiles apes on Fox News.
Jillian, when I was coming into the studio, I was thinking, what can I compare this to?
I was thinking, what little boy am I going to orally circumcise next?
Remember the movie Planet of the Apes? The human people that came to the planet, all of a sudden, you're weird, you're the killer, you're the rotten person, because they believed in all the evils that was unproven. To be a Jew today sometimes is like the humans that come to the Planet of the Apes and meeting people like him and like, where did you get this from? Why do you think this way? And it's almost impossible to talk to these people, to reason to these people, because hate is an emotion. It's not intellect. Jillian, when I was coming into the studio, I was thinking, what can I compare this to? Do you remember the movie Planet of the Apes? The human people that came to the planet, all of a sudden, you're weird, you're the killer, you're the rotten person, because they believed in all the...
So the Jews are human, and the rest of the world is the apes. We're all apes. The Jews are the chosen, the rest of the population of the world is the Goyim, of course.
Evils that was unproven. To be a Jew today sometimes is like the humans that come to the Planet of the Apes and meeting people like him and like,
don't be a journalist, be a Junalist.
Where'd you get this from? Why do you think this way? And it's almost impossible to talk to these people, to reason to these people.
It's almost impossible to talk to these people.
It's not intellect.
They're all savages. What do you want me to do? Let's call in an airstrike. I see no other way. We're dealing with apes. Pro-Israel propaganda, but make it trendy. This is from our dearly beloved Saeed.
Israel is currently having a bit of a PR.
Of course, Saeed, you know, he doesn't follow the rules, all right, because he's above the rules. Let's remember that he is a Semite. And if we were to deny his link, which is well beyond the 15-minute mark, we would be anti-Semitic. And I know he gave me a free pass, but I would never do that to my strongest supporter.
Crisis. Across the world, public opinion of the country is
I'm
at
totally kidding, though. You know, I have no problem watching this.
Lowest point in history. What's driving this crisis? Well, one might argue that it's an inevitable consequence of killing tens of thousands of children, destroying the lives of 2 million people in a campaign of genocide that you posted on TikTok for the world to see, celebrating it, making fun of it. Others, though, defenders of Israel mainly, would argue that, well, it's because you're always on that damn phone. People, young people especially, are being brainwashed with fake videos of suffering and lies and misinformation about the only Jewish state in the world that may or may not be committing a Holocaust. That's not relevant to this point. So, in an effort to combat this content, Israel started investing in the social media fight, paying influencers upwards of $7,000 per post to promote the country, to deny its deliberate starvation campaign in Gaza, and lie to allow Israel to keep killing children.
The United Nations brings the food here to look like they're actually doing something productive, but they never finish the job, just like your ex.
We're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time, and the most important ones are the social media.
Unfortunately for them, that didn't seem to help. They recently announced a $730 million...
Do genocide, but make it yes, girl. That's what that TikToker made me think of.
...investment into online public diplomacy for the year of 2026 alone. And I'm sure this will work, definitely. Just $1 more billion.
The yassification of genocide.
Keep throwing money at it, everyone will forget what you did. But until all that money is spent, how is Israel going to defend itself? Enter Mia Talias. Mia is an Israeli social media influencer with 140,000 followers on Instagram and almost 200,000 YouTube subscribers. Her videos frequently reach hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views, and she's on the leading edge of a new form of online pro-Israel content. By harnessing the power of trendy TikTok sounds, Sigma music, sarcasm, and bangs, she's out to save Israel from the world's ire in a manner that's a little more
I was just giving you a hard time, buddy.
Palatable for a younger Western audience than
I'm here to provide colorful commentary. That's,
usual stuff coming out of Israel, which, to be quite honest, doesn't seem to have helped very much at all. Mia styles herself as a truth teller. Her bio reads, "I hate liars, so I make videos about the truth." That's how she's described herself in public appearances.
I always hated liars since I was a little girl. I just couldn't handle it. I've always been like this disgustingly honest person.
And is this the case? Well, let's find out. First up is an Instagram reel from Mia concerning the treatment of a group of pro-Palestine flotilla activists.
You know the Palestine flotilla bullshit with the fake activists that illegally sailed to Israel to deliver aid they didn't have on their boats to the morbidly obese Gazans? This is the warm welcome they got in Spain. They're even wearing the cute little outfit we gave them. God, I hope they're warm in this difficult time.
Okay, gotta pause it here. Lots of claims were made in a short amount of time. So according to Mia, the flotillas were bringing fake aid.
Hebrew is a combination of Judeo-German, Yiddish, and Arabic. Chosenites even stole Arab words. Yes, they did. I saw an IDF soldier on Twitter say the word Habibi. I'm like, that's not your word.
To morbidly obese Gazans, and what they were doing was illegal. Is this true? Well, no. The flotillas were carrying aid. Here are a bunch of images of that aid. This most recent wave from April sent 58 boats. And what's this about Mia saying morbidly obese Gazans?
Morbidly obese Gazans?
Well, there was a narrative on Israeli social media sparked by photos of Palestinians in Gaza who were not visually underweight as a way to deny the existence of a famine in Gaza.
על כך שישראל מרעיבה את העזתים. חייב להגיד לך, מהתמונות שאני רואה, אני חושב שצריכים קצת לרדת במשקל.
I think they need to lose some weight. So it's good that we're
אפשר לקרוא
starving
לזה
them.
הרעבה סלקטיבית,
You
כמו
could call it
הזעזוע הסלקטיבי
selective
של השמאל. כי
starvation.
בתמונות רואים ילדים מאוד מאוד רזים, ממש מזי רעב, וההורים שלהם שמנים ובריאים, לפעמים אפילו...
They made fun of the children, the fact that the children were malnourished and the parents were not, as if that's, indicative of some sort of corruption within Palestine, that they're feeding, the adults are feeding themselves, but they're not feeding the children. Well, in a famine, when there's mass starvation, children are always the first to feel the effects because their bodies need the nutrition. Their bodies are still developing, so they're the first victims of famine, of starvation. Thank you, Pete Defeat, for becoming a subscriber. 25 months. That's awesome. So, but they're turning it into a punchline, like as if they're blaming the victims for not having enough food, but they're blaming it on the adults for not feeding the children, because the adults are not experiencing the famine the way that the children are.
אולי סובלים מהשמנת יתר, זה באמת תופעה, אני חושב שהיא... יש לנו את התמונה של האמא של הילדה...
I mean, just the fact that they went on, a media show and were debating this. They were debating the famine and making crude, tasteless jokes, because that's the only kind of jokes that the Israelis know. It's jokes of cynicism, of sadism, and utter depravity.
שטענו שמתה מרעב, אסף, אולי נשים אותה?
היא כבר מתה?
אתם חייבים לראות את האמא.
בוא נאמר ככה, כשרואים את
בואו תראו אישה מורעבת, אתם חייבים לראות. בואו נראה, יש לנו...
They said, look at the mother. It's pretty easy to see why the girl died of hunger. It says 4-year-old girl dies of hunger in Gaza as Israel throttles food supply. I do remember this story. We covered it on stream.
תעלו את זה טיפה למעלה. יופי, תורידו. זו לא אישה מורעבת.
לא, זו אישה שאולי אכלה את כל האוכל של הילדה שלה.
This is a woman, he says, who may have eaten all of her child's food. And then they laugh.
שאכלה את הילדה עצמה.
Who ate the girl herself?
But there was a famine in Gaza. Just months before the flotilla set sail, the IPC, the highest governing body tasked with determining famine levels...
That's right, we covered this too. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification labeled Gaza Phase 5. This is the utmost authority on famines and starvations around the world. The famine, they literally have a famine review committee. It says the Famine Review Committee has determined that famine, Phase 5, is currently occurring in Gaza Governorate. This was last year. This is a year ago. Furthermore, the FRC projects famine thresholds to be crossed in Deir el-Balah and Khan Yunis governorates in the coming weeks. Again, this was last year. As this famine is entirely man-made, it can be halted and reversed. The time for debate and hesitation is past. Starvation is present and is rapidly spreading.
Declared a famine in Gaza. Hundreds of people starved to death. Hundreds of thousands more were and remain without adequate food. And all the infrastructure for internal food production, like farms and fisheries, has been destroyed by Israel. So that's the population that this aid was being sent to, because Israel continues to block trucks of humanitarian aid at the border that surrounds Gaza, that they control everything that goes in and out, kind of like a concentration camp.
At the end of the day, don't illegally sail to my country and you're good. If you do, you deserve whatever the fuck you're gonna get.
She seems so vapid and soulless, doesn't she? You can always tell it's a Zionist talking, even before you understand the substance of what they're saying. You just know, you know? You can just look at them and be like, okay, she has no soul. She's, you know, the tone is cynical. The tone is, there's no empathy. There's no sympathy. There's no humanity. It's just utter cynicism and sadism.
Unfortunately, we are too gentle with these people, but the Spanish police did what we didn't get to.
To the last claim that the flotillas broke the law or that they were illegal, Mia didn't name any of the laws that they broke, but I know one...
Also, she said, illegally sailed to my country. Last I checked, Gaza is part of Palestine, and they sailed to Gaza, which is not Israel. And even Israel isn't Israel. Israel's occupied Palestine.
Party that did break the law, Israel, when it attacked these boats, disabled them, and abducted and imprisoned the activists. That happened in international waters outside of Greece. That's illegal, and that's why people were calling it kidnapping, because it was.
Now, you know how the whole world lost their shit when they saw the video Ben Gvir released of one of our officers tackling one of these fake activists to the
I mean, what the fuck? How does she have so many followers? She's boring. She's obviously addicted to Xanax and Valium, and that's how she copes. And you can hear it in her voice.
floor when she yelled "Free Palestine."
And monotone and just like, oh my god, I'm so tired of having to explain my Jewish supremacy to people. They don't get it. We're the chosen people. It's okay when we do this.
Everyone was mortified because we had them lay on the floor and listen to.
Oh, it was just because we did a little raping. Like, what's the big deal? You guys are so sensitive.
Our beautiful anthem. Looking at the videos from Spain, I bet they missed that.
And the last thing she says there, looking at the videos from Spain, I bet they missed that. What is she referring to? Well, she's referring to the activists' time imprisoned in Israel, where they were tortured and raped.
Punched and kicked in the face, in the ribs, in the body. I have a fractured cheekbone and a fractured rib and a pulmonary contusion in my lung.
Jesus
concussion.
Christ, man.
Overwhelmingly, the worst feeling is to be in a stress position or in a position where you have no power, you're trapped, and to hear people that you love.
And this is what the Palestinians experience every day.
Being tortured and being raped around you in the same space and have no power to do anything about it.
I was dragged into a darkened container ship on a prison boat. I was sexually assaulted. I was beaten, and that was just the beginning of 4 days of absolute hell.
Physically beaten and abused on camera in front of the world.
And I bet they missed that.
Sometimes by high-ranking government officials.
Israeli Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir released footage on X Wednesday of him taunting detained activists from a Gaza-bound flotilla.
Welcome to Israel. We are the landlords. The people of Israel live. They came as big heroes. Look at them now.
Look at that fat fuck, man.
Not heroes, not anything.
Fat fucking pig.
The videos
Oink, oink,
sparked widespread
motherfucker.
international condemnation.
Mia did actually have an issue with that, though, but for reasons other than what you might expect.
Do I think Ben-Gvir posting that was a smart idea? Absolutely not. Do I think that he thought about anybody but himself posting that? Absolutely not. It was bad PR for Israel, and it gave them exactly what they wanted coming here. A PR stunt.
This bitch is, she needs to find a vein, right? So she can shoot up.
But then again, we're damned if we do and damned if we don't.
So Mia's problem with Ben-Gvir isn't that he abused these hostages, it's that he abused them in front of the cameras. Doesn't seem to have an issue with what's happening here. I mean, she kind of likes it seems like, based on how she talks about it.
We are too gentle with these people.
She just doesn't want the world to see, because she knows how bad it looks. It's making her job a lot harder.
The annoying thing is, the entire world lost their shit about what Ben-Gvir did. But let me guarantee you right now, ain't nobody about to give a fuck about this. Because if they can't do a spin on Israel, nobody cares.
A lot of people protested Israel's abuse of these activists, but when Spain did the same thing in these videos, they fell silent. We only care when it's Israel doing stuff, but that's not true. After the footage of these activists being beaten by Spanish police was posted, thousands of people protested. It was widely reported on and heavily criticized by several prominent media outlets and many activists. This is a common tactic. It's an easy tactic and you gotta watch out for it. Manufacture a double standard. Just say nobody covered it and nobody cares, because then you don't have to show anything and people will believe you. So this clip goes on for another minute or so, but I think you get the gist by now. Mia is fired up and excited at the sight of people in handcuffs being brutalized, and honestly, who can blame her? They broke Israeli laws, which require that Palestinians in Gaza are denied food. That's illegal. They're criminals. All right, let's look at another video here. This one is Talia's reaction to another influencer, Mia Khalifa, speaking about Israel's April 8th attacks in Lebanon. During these attacks, Israel fired over 100 airstrikes across Lebanon in just 10 minutes, killing at least 357 people in Israel's most intense bombing of Lebanon in over 50 years. And yes, Israel has been bombing Lebanon on and off for over 50 years, but I digress.
Today has been one of the hardest things to watch in a really long time on social media, and that's saying something because we've watched a genocide play out before our eyes for decades, but even more so in the last 3-4 years.
Fuck. Israel must be really unsuccessful at genocide, innit? How are you guys going to acknowledge that we are one of the strongest militaries in the world while simultaneously thinking we're so shit at the objective that you think that we have? If we wanted to commit genocide / wipe Gaza out / wipe all the Palestinians off the face of the planet, we would have done it in one afternoon. Do you seriously think our objective is wiping off all the civilians and we're that bad at it?
So before even getting to Lebanon, Talia starts out by denying that a genocide is taking place in Gaza. Her chosen method for this genocide denial is to strawman the definition of genocide so that Israel can be absolved. But the actual legal definition of genocide does not require a population to be completely wiped out. Reading from the legal definition, any of the following acts which committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. In whole or in part. That's the thing people who defend Israel seem to just selectively not read, because setting the bar for genocide at 100% of the population killed would exclude every major genocide throughout history. Mia is likely aware that almost all the relevant experts on this issue have declared what Israel is doing to be a genocide, so in order to still defend it, she has to lie, which she hates to do, apparently.
I always hated liars since I was a little girl.
The odd thing here is that Khalifa's video isn't even about Gaza. It's about Lebanon. But something about hearing that word genocide really set Talia's off. So let's let her continue. It's only been 5 seconds. Let's see what she has to say about Lebanon.
160 airstrikes in 10 minutes on
Hezbollah targets,
residential buildings, on schools, on hospitals, on civilian infrastructure.
She's not gonna mention that. Also, schools and hospitals, where? Evidence? No?
Pause the tape real quick. Hey Mia, Israel's attacks in Lebanon have made the country the deadliest place in the world to be a healthcare worker or patient. They've targeted hospitals and ambulances hundreds of times in the last 2.5 years. And nearly half of every one of these attacks has resulted in one or more people being killed, compared to a 13% average for all other conflicts in the same time period. Since March of this year alone, Israel has killed over 130 medical workers and targeted over 160 ambulances and healthcare facilities. This is Lebanon's Tebneen Government Hospital, one of the region's busiest trauma centers. During the April 8th attacks, Israel bombed it twice, wounding 11 medical workers, damaging the emergency department and pharmacy, and ruining critical equipment like ventilators and monitors. For a more recent example of Israel's destruction of Lebanese healthcare facilities, here's some footage from June 3rd, so like 10 days ago, at Jabal Emal Hospital in southern Lebanon, which killed 4 people and wounded 127 others, most of them healthcare workers. Talias claims that the Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon were all on Hezbollah targets. What is her source for that claim? Well, the IDF. Video footage posted by the IDF's official Twitter account. If we consult other marginally less biased sources than the IDF's official account, we can see that what happened on April 8th was mass civilian murder. It was the indiscriminate bombing of civilian targets all over Lebanon.
The death toll from Israel's massive attack Wednesday has topped 300. More than 1,150 people were injured. In a span of 10 minutes Wednesday, Israel struck 100 sites across Beirut, the Bekaa Valley, and southern Lebanon. The Financial Times described Israel's attack on Lebanon as, quote, one of the deadliest single bombing campaigns in the history of a country racked by decades of war and destruction.
Chicago-based humanitarian nonprofit Med Global described the attacks as open war crimes which targeted civilian areas with no warning. Israel bombed a single neighborhood 5 times, killing over 80 people, including 15 children. Even the BBC, famously pro-Israel BBC, had to point out that Israel provided no evidence that any of this wasn't just killing civilians. The United Nations unequivocally condemned the attacks as indiscriminate, accusing Israel of having the utmost contempt for the international legal order, diplomacy, and above all for the lives of civilians and the environment in Lebanon. So Mia moves on from this lie to an even more confusing lie, where she claims that Hezbollah broke the ceasefire by firing 2 rockets into Israel after Khamenei's death, while at the same time claiming that Lebanon wasn't actually even a part of the ceasefire in the first place.
On cemeteries with funeral processions.
Oh, we don't want to mention that it's the funeral of a Hezbollah member. All I'm saying is we gave them a shortcut.
So I actually missed this comment when I was recording, but the funeral that Israel bombed, which Mia is sassily approving of here with the Gen Z boom sound effects, it was being attended by hundreds of people. Families, men, women, and children. The bombing itself, which could be seen from miles away, there was a giant mushroom cloud, that killed at least 10 people and injured over 100. It destroyed dozens of graves. Watching Mia justify this heinous act with such confident snark,
she's like smirking as she
it really
does.
is a bizarre experience. It's like watching an alien.
In the midst of a ceasefire.
A ceasefire? What the fuck are you talking about? There was not a ceasefire with Lebanon. Wait a minute. There was. Hezbollah decided to break that ceasefire when they launched 2 missiles into Israel to avenge Khamenei's death.
And in a way, she's right. There was a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah signed in November of 2024. But what happened during that ceasefire? Well, Israel attacked Lebanon nearly every day and killed over 500 people. If you would consult the graph as reported by CNN, you can see that the violations during this period between Israel and Hezbollah are incomparable. That's the factual record.
I'm sorry, did you think that Lebanon is somehow part of a ceasefire that America is trying to make with Iran? That's a bit weird. Why would you think that?
Well, because it was. It was a part of the ceasefire. Lebanon was a part of the April ceasefire agreement. This is the official announcement from the mediators in Pakistan. Lebanon is there in the official announcement. This is what the third-party observers, like a number of U.S. diplomats and the president of France, all said. Lebanon was a part of it. The only ones who claimed otherwise were the people who broke the ceasefire, who attacked a country that they weren't supposed to attack. That's Israel and Donald Trump, after a phone call with Netanyahu, of course. Okay, on to the next video, finally. So this next clip is a shorter one. It's a 2-part slideshow. Let's watch.
I ain't Romeo and I'm holding.
I ain't never been with a body. She calls, so I added to the tally. Madison, but I'm calling her Maddie. I like match, try to send me that penny. What's a right, then I left at the alley. Like, you don't look.
First part of the screen reads, the IDF is forcing 12-year-old Palestinian children to fight for them against Hamas inside Gaza. Then we get an epic Sigma transition, and it cuts to an article that reads, children as young as 12 can join the war support, IRGC says. Okay, so we got another double standard here, right? These pro-Palis care so much when the IDF uses Palestinian children as human shields against Hamas, which is something they factually do, and I don't really know why Mia is admitting that here while defending the IDF, but when Iran does the same thing, or worse, you stay silent. But that's not what the article says. The article is quoting an IRGC official stating that they've lowered entry age requirements to 12 to assist with activities such as patrols, checkpoints, and...
There's nothing wrong with my volume, okay? It's fine. I don't know what to tell you. Seems like it's only your problem.
Logistics, apparently in response to an increase in children coming forward to participate. Nowhere in this article that she is citing does it say that the IRGC is forcing anyone to fight. Mia is misrepresenting the source she cites to delegitimize activists that are against Israel doing war crimes with children. What makes this especially weird is that Mia has made a bunch of videos calling for Israel and America to bomb Iran. It's actually what got her banned off of TikTok, apparently.
You need to hear what happened with my TikTok account. My account was permanently banned. They have taken down about 15 private
first time, huh?
videos of mine. And it's literally 5 to 10 second clips of me and my siblings laughing while filming a video with a sound that was available to use on TikTok. The sound was the song Bomb Iran.
So it is a little ironic in it to be pretending to care about the lives of Iranian children while actively cheering on a campaign that is mass murdering them. Sort of conflicting ideas there, right?
Bro, he's literally one. Just push it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
What happened when I'm gonna take in the PlayStation, disconnect it, and put the whole thing in your ass?
What? I don't know.
What's gonna happen then?
So the joke here is that the parent is threatening to punish their kid for supporting Palestine. The punishment in question here being the insertion
rape.
of a PlayStation into the child's
what
rectum.
the Israelis do.
So rape. Israeli humor be like, rape.
There's Lizzie Savetsky. We just made a joke about her. She's shaped like a washboard. I've seen a 2x4 have more curves than Lizzie Savetsky.
Argue that, hey,
I don't know
it's
what
just
happened
a
to the
joke.
volume.
It's a figure of speech. It's like saying, you know, I'm going to stick my foot up your ass. Her point is that she doesn't want her kid supporting Palestine or terrorists, as she wrote it in the description.
Like, yeah, you can't control the kids. Look at that. The kids are not on Israel's side. Cope.
Be that as it may, I feel like this joke has a far more sinister connotation when it's being made by an Israeli Zionist. Israeli prisons are notorious for their rampant and systemic use of
Thank you, Phoenix Blue.
Sexual abuse and rape as methods of torture against Palestinian detainees. It's been widely reported on with
I agree, Senior, and thank you for the extra toilet paper.
Testimony from actual victims, including that Israeli security forces have been training and using dogs to rape them.
بعدين سمعت تبع الكلب كنت أنا يعني بنساش صوته من قبل فبيحكي مع الكلب بألفاظ يعني أنا ما فهمت غير كلمة ميسي وكأنه الكلب اسمه ميسي وطلب منه بلغة بينهم الاثنين إنه يعمل إشي فبتفاجئ الكلب إنه بيركبني
Futurucci, thank you for the gift.
مجامعتي كمجامعة أنثى من جنسه يعني شعرت بعضو الكلب وهو يلامس جسمي وشعرت في ايديه وهن ماسكت لي من ظهري وشعرت في لعابه وهو بينزل علي.
Tough, man.
وانا بصرخ وبحكي له لا مشان الله يعني وبحاول اشد على حالي حتى ما يتمكن مني الكلب. استمر الحدث تقريبا 3 إلى 4 دقائق.
One of the primary methods of this sexual abuse in these Israeli prisons is the insertion of foreign objects like batons into their rectums. Palestinians have been killed, literally raped to death in this manner. So you'll have to forgive me for just having trouble finding the humor in a quirky video describing that same kind of rape posted by someone who supports the army committing those rapes, and also being done to a kid that is standing against those same rapes. There's a lot of layers to this. Okay, another two-parter, short video. Transition with Sigma music, dramatic stare into the front-facing iPhone camera. The text reads, 2 Jews got stabbed in England.
You can tell this guy hates this bitch. He's like, I'm gonna fucking skewer her.
England by an Islamist who went to a Jewish neighborhood specifically to kill Jews. And the next slide reads, anyway, guys, I really...
Look at her dead-ass eyes. You can see there's no soul in there.
I think we should talk about the rise in Islamophobia. So this post is likely a reference to the Golders Green attack on April 29th of this year, in which 2 Jewish men were stabbed in a Jewish neighborhood in the UK. But truth teller Mia here isn't exactly telling the truth about this story. See, the suspect for this stabbing, 45-year-old Essa Suleiman, a British national, did allegedly stab 2 Jewish men on that day, but Suleiman...
He also stabbed a Muslim, I think.
...was charged with 3 counts of attempted murder.
But you didn't mention that, did you, Mia?
Not 2, because earlier in the day, he also stabbed another person, his friend Ishmael Hussein.
But that person wasn't Jewish.
Who is
so
Muslim.
Therefore they
so here,
don't matter.
Mia mocks the idea that violence against Muslims is an issue, that it's being overblown by the media, while omitting a documented case of violence against a Muslim in the very news story she's sharing. She refers to Suleiman as an Islamist, implying...
And what if, just humor me here, what if those 3 people weren't attacked because of whatever their religion they follow? Maybe we could just say 3 humans got stabbed. Why is it? Oh, but these were Jew humans. These were Jewmans. So therefore...
that the attack was motivated by religious extremism, but there's no evidence for this accusation. An extremist group with alleged ties to Iran took credit for the attack, but no evidence has been presented confirming any actual links between Suleiman and the group. Security analysts are skeptical of the group's claims and believe that they may be piggybacking off of any recent attacks reported in the media. What we do have, though, is evidence that he was a former psychiatric patient living in supported housing after leaving a secure hospital under NHS care that very week, and that he has a history of violence related to his mental health issues. Instead of any of these facts, though, Mia opts to give the unproven, assumed explanation. The false double standard she's invented here is especially insidious, considering that the vast majority of statements from mainstream outlets about the Golders Green attack, including from government officials and government agencies, ignored the Muslim victim entirely. The 2 Jewish victims were named, interviewed, photographed, and had their injuries described in detail. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer made an announcement condemning this anti-Semitic act of terrorism. The British Home Secretary...
That's a good point, Saeed. Lying by omission is still lying, you
Terry gave
Zionist
thoughts
bitch.
and prayers to the British Jewish community, spoke of their suffering, and announced increases in investments to protect them. But for the Muslim victim and the British Muslim community, no words of support, no prayers, and no investments for increased protection. I can't think of a clearer example proving the exact opposite of the point Mia is trying to make here. Truly, she's outdone herself with this one.
I always hated liars since I was a little girl.
The next one is a video Mia made providing commentary of media coverage of the Bondi Beach attacks in December.
Worldwide media is 100% correct. We cannot determine the motive of this attack or whether this attack was anti-Semitic at all, purely based on the fact it was a mass shooting at about 1,000 Jewish people.
Wow, a lot of cope there, Mia.
On a Jewish event during a Jewish holiday.
Cope
and all the
harder,
victims
maybe?
were Jewish.
In it,
lots of mental gymnastics there. She's speed running, gish galloping her way through her Hasbara.
Mia asserts that the worldwide media did not determine the motive of the attack, despite the targets being Jewish people at a Jewish event. Her implication being that they didn't cover it as an anti-Semitic
Guys, I
attack.
do appreciate all the hypes, all the gifts, all the donates, all of that. Thank you for all the likes and the comments. Appreciate you.
But the record shows the exact opposite. Mainstream coverage uniformly framed this shooting as an anti-Semitic attack. What the media did leave out, though, completely, is the event and its organizers' ties to Israel and Zionism. Chabad is a Zionist organization that sponsors trips to Israel and fundraises for the IDF. One of the main organizers of the event, Rabbi Eli Schlanger, expressed support for the genocidal IDF on social media, posted photos with them.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am here at the Marpeset Shel Hamdina, which means the porch of the country. It's an unbelievable place. It's a very, very high peak, and from here you can see half the country. Unbelievable place. Can you imagine if this was in the hands of the Arabs? This is right in the heart of the West Bank. This is why this needs to be in the hands of the Jewish people, because of its security and obviously the obvious, because it belongs to us, because it's our land. I'm standing over here with a beautiful, beautiful Chayal,
we hear that all the
soldier,
time.
Man
It has to
who
be
has
true.
left his family to be able to protect this village at this very, very heightened moment. What's your name?
And my name is Dolev.
Dolev. And
Dolev,
on behalf of the entire village over here, has received a very, very sizable donation from
yes, we received a very sizable donation. Yes.
our community in Sydney.
And in response,
Jews, Chosenites, lend me your firstborn child.
To footage from Gaza and pro-Palestine protests, made repeated calls for Amalek. Amalek is the biblical command for the killing of every man, woman, and child that's been used as a rallying cry for Israel's genocide in Gaza by people like Benjamin Netanyahu. These references to Amalek are cited in South Africa's case accusing Israel of genocide at the International Court of Justice. Schlenger's history of these references,
Amalek. Yes, we will remember what Amalek did to us.
The dog whistle equivalent of kill all the Jews, was
against Amalek.
totally missing from mainstream coverage of his death. And this contrasts with media coverage of Palestinians that are killed by Israel. Their social media is routinely scrutinized after they've been executed. That was the case with dozens of Palestinian journalists who were posthumously labeled as terrorists for execution. Okay, now let's get to the last example. It's a video from Mia about the famine in Gaza.
Please,
All I know is that I
God,
was
I'm so
depressed
sick of
before,
this
and
bitch.
now I found meaning. I didn't know you were depressed. Neither did I.
And there it is. This is the real Mia. See, concern trolling over anti-Semitism, or Iranian lives, or misrepresenting sources to conjure double standards, that's all classic propaganda. It's all stuff you can get away with on social media and not look like a complete freak to the uninformed. But a standalone video with the sole purpose of mocking the victims of a documented and ongoing starvation campaign, denying that one is even happening, accusing them of acting, that's the ugly cruelty of Zionism laid bare. And no matter how you try to dress it up, no amount of sarcasm, trendy haircuts, or viral sound effects will ever truly conceal that ugliness. I'd like to think that to any reasonable observer, the psychotic bloodlust and open
This is actually insanely inhumane and is the reason why Zionism is losing support. There are definitely people starving and having died of starvation in Gaza. Whether you like it or not, even if you believe the current data to be exaggerated, making a joke out of such a situation doesn't make your ground stronger, it just makes it lose foundation.
Disregard for human suffering is readily apparent in all of these posts. And I think that might be true, but consumers of Israeli Zionist social media content are not reasonable observers. It's a small and dwindling community becoming more extreme by the day. And maybe we can accelerate that process by publicizing the stuff that they're saying, pulling it out of its echo chamber and just let everybody observe, because it's fucking crazy. I don't know. Anyways, that's it for the video.
It's true. We've got...
Consider donating to my friend Ahmed's project to provide material aid to families in Gaza. I'll leave that linked below. And also, if you have anything left over, I do have a Patreon. Consider joining there to help keep the show.
Just let them speak, you know? Let the Zionists speak.
The Jewish founders of a New York City startup are speaking out after this college student rejected an interview offer with a shocking and anti-Semitic response. Cornell student...
Shocking. It's shocking for its vile anti-Semitism, which is on the rise, by the way. The scourge of anti-Semitism is on the rise. Hi, Austin. I don't think I saw you on the call today. I know Sundays are not the best times for meetings. I would still like to have a quick call and give you more details on the company as well as what we are building. College students are vital, a vital part of helping Refilled grow. Remember we covered this Jewish startup, which is an app devoted to making sure landlords can find unsuspecting victims for their debt-leveraged housing assets. As a rising senior at New York University Stern, I believe fellow students are crucial to the growth and success of what we are building. Also, please fill this out so that we can start grinding this week as things really ramp up. Austin responds, yeah, I'm not interested in working for a Jew, thanks. No comment.
Austin Franco writing, quote, not interested in working for a Jew. Franco then doubled down in an online post, writing, quote, "I will fight for what I believe is right, not for money, power, or something material, but for the cause itself."
Way to go,
And that
Austin.
prompted Cornell to release a statement saying it's investigating and that it condemns anti-Semitism. Franco had applied for a
I
summer
love that this
internship
kid
with the
is
startup Verified,
causing a
which
stir.
is founded by proudly Jewish
Not Cornell.
brothers Gabe and Aiden Einhorn.
Einhorn.
My whole goal
Show us your Einhorns, Gabe.
was that
Take off your tiny hat. Let's see your Einhorns.
we've been seeing rising anti-Semitism.
Look
and the
at
whole
this
goal was just to
guy.
prove that
Oh,
it is
his
real,
tiny
and this is a
hat
clear
is
example of it.
hilarious.
I thought maybe he's a college student, he could have made a mistake, or he's going to learn from it. Don't need to ruin his life for it, but just to prove a point that anti-Semitism is real. We want to grow our company, and we wanted to grow a team of college students from all different walks of life.
That this individual, when he doubled
I'm
down
sorry, I couldn't
on what
let-
he
wait, what
ate,
did
and
they
that
say?
it condemns anti-Semitism. Franco had applied for a summer internship with the startup Verified.
Let's go back. Let's actually
Which is
listen.
founded by proudly Jewish brothers Gabe
Let's-
and Aiden.
Let's listen to these two gay brothers.
My whole goal was that we've been seeing rising anti-Semitism. And the whole
We've been seeing rising anti. I just was talking about this like sarcastically, like it's a joke, like the rise of anti-Semitism. They say this every fucking 5 seconds.
goal was just to prove that it is real, and this is a clear
It is real.
example of it. I thought maybe he's a college student, he could have made a mistake, or he's going to learn from it. Don't need to ruin his life for it, but just to prove a point that anti-Semitism is real. We want to grow our company.
Because of a little comment, it hurt my fifis. Therefore, anti-Semitism is real. Wait till my lawyer hears about this. It's like another Holocaust.
We wanted to grow a team of college students from all different walks of life.
It's like even in this example of anti-Semitism, you just betray that there is no anti-Semitism because this is just some college-age wage serf worker looking for a job. And, you know, these landlord fucking style CEO startups or startup CEOs are like, yeah, we're not going to give him a job because anti-Semitism. It's like you have the power in this dynamic between owner and worker, you know? It's not like if it was real anti-Semitism, you would expect, you know, owners to say this to potential workers like, oh, well, we would hire you, but you're Jewish, so you're not going to get that job. That would be an example of anti-Semitism, I would say. More than just like expressing, you know, your free speech right to have a prejudice, okay? Like, hurting your feelings is not an example of institutional racism, which is what they try to, you know, pretend is happening when they say anti-Semitism is raw.
Different backgrounds and really build something special.
It is shocking, Guy, that this individual, when he doubled down on what he said, quote, "My experience with Jews had not been pleasant, both in person and online. This is not to say I haven't had positive experiences, but on the aggregate, that is not the case." He doubled down on...
Wow, this guy's based. I mean, if you quantify it, you know, I talk about this a lot too, the material impact of this religion called Judaism on the world stage. It's kind of a net negative. If you consider how much cost has come from the elevation of this one religion to be overrepresented by all of our institutions, I don't think it's been a good contribution to humanity. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this information. People will tell me that's anti-Semitic, but I'm literally just going by the numbers here. There's, what, like 15 million of them in a world of 8 billion? And it's like, man, they've been doing a lot of bad shit for centuries. What is this? And I'm the asshole? I mean, if you had to quantify it, like the amount of good they've done and the amount of bad they've done under this identity of the Jewish people, I mean, I think the verdict is in, don't you think? And, you know, they're trying to highlight this story, and they think it's doing the thing that they think that they're doing, but it's doing the opposite.
Is anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
See, look, Jewish, it says even here, you can't even, they just can't even lie to you. It's just, even as they try to lie to you, even as they frame the story, you still don't see it. It's Jewish business owners. You see what it says at the caption there? It's Jewish business owners shocked by a hateful message. Well, I mean, fucking call the cops. I don't know. I mean, I guess let's call in an airstrike on Palestine again. Because look at the rise of anti-Semitism. These Jewish business owners are being prejudiced against by potential prospects, employees, wage workers.
And he didn't even couch it in the Zionism euphemism. It was
The
just
Zionism euphemism.
straight up.
He just went straight to the
not
J's.
disguised in any way.
Wow,
and then
that
when
is
called
just...
on, he's like, yeah, I haven't liked them. And that is basically where we are.
My heart breaks.
I think with a lot of young people on college campuses who've been poisoned now for years with a steady stream of propaganda, a lot of it, I think, with foreign influence. Notice...
I mean, think about this, that this is an actual fucking headline. In all of the shit that happens on a daily basis, this makes it to be a roundtable discussion on a major media news establishment. The fact that some kid, some college grad was like, I'm not interested in working for a Jew. Well, let's just make this has got to be news at 5. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. I mean, we could... Why is it that, you know, Randy Fine talking about how we need to get rid of all the Muslims in the United States. Anything that our sitting U.S. congressmen are saying about Muslims, why is that not a major headline story? Why is that not the rise of Islamophobia, which is really just hatred towards Muslims? Why is that? It's double standard, right? It's what Saeed was just talking about, lying by omission. You're going to highlight this one thing and not talk about any of the other equivalent things that are happening, equivalent racist things that are happening in the United States. And I don't believe that this is an example of racism. Just as a caveat, I don't believe the Jews are a race.
His statement sort of defending himself, he said, I'm going to stand up for
So you can't be racist against Jews because Judaism is not a race, it's a religion.
That's right. What's right about wanting to not work for...
What's wrong about saying, like, I don't like this religion? I don't know. I mean, it's perfectly okay to not like Islam. Why is it perfectly not okay to not like Judaism as a religion? I think the whole thing, a whole ideology is kind of weird. I think it's kind of cultish. I think they have a supremacist philosophy. They anoint themselves the chosen ones. I think that's wrong. I think any social or ethnic group that preaches supremacy is wrong, and it should not accrue political power. I don't care if people believe this. People can believe whatever the fuck they want, but they can't organize and lobby the government based on this supremacist ideology. That's a completely different thing. I think you can perfectly well be prejudiced as you like it. It's not illegal. You can have free speech. No one is going to arrest you for being prejudiced against this social group or that social group. So it's really not a problem.
A specific group of people because of their faith or ethnicity. It's the antithesis of right. So it's been completely flipped, and he said he's going to stick to his cause. I'm
not sure why that is, Saeed. I've heard some people say that. I don't know what to do about that, really.
Causes that, if not Jew hatred. I don't want to
Jew
pile too much
hatred.
on this, one kid, but I think that there's a permission structure out there.
Oh my
now
God.
to talk this way.
There's a permission structure. There isn't an institutional structure, that's for sure. There's no institutional structure to anti-Semitism, but there's a permission structure. It's structural.
about
its
this group of our
permissibility.
fellow Americans, or even around the world, in a way that would not be permissible with almost any other group right now. And there's a sickness here, I would say.
Gabe Einhorn, one of those owners of that company, Emily, that we just watched, he said, I felt bad exposing him because I thought he could have made a mistake. And he
Gay Devilhorn says, I have a problem with
really
this.
doesn't believe that wholeheartedly. I'm glad we know this individual's name. I'm glad he was exposed.
Indeed, and the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there? What are the people that have been in your household putting out there online and to their friends? What has been fomented? Because clearly there is a disconnect. Somehow this person learned that there is an audacity that you can have with this anti-Semitism.
This bitch, if she went to Israel, they would spit on her for her necklace.
That's what I found so shocking. Guy and I toured Poland together last May. And
Oh my God, we went to Auschwitz. I've been to Auschwitz. I saw firsthand what they did in the Holocaust. This is just like another Holocaust.
Whenever I see things like this, it harkens me back to our trip, where apparently there's been no evolution since World War II. That deep-seated cultural hatred that's been allowed, that's been fostered, has somehow reignited here among the youth.
Oh my God, it's crazy. It's just, it has nothing to do with Israel or the genocide of the Palestinians committed by the one and only Jewish state, who are the identity of the Jewish people. They're inseparable from Judaism. So, I mean, wow. I can't believe that the rise of anti-Semitism is happening. It's just out of no reason. No prior incident happened. It's just like, I don't know, people just wake up and they say, well, hey, time to hate the Jews.
And it is sickening. Cornell needs to take greater steps. So do parents. So do online forums. And somehow this 65-pound vessel of hatred needs to know.
I love how Cornell's investigating alleged anti-Semitic incident. They're investigating him now. And the investigation is what? Because he said he didn't want to work for Jews. And what is there to investigate? The text message?
Oh, that not only is this not okay, but it's not acceptable socially. Because clearly online and among those kid groups, I keep saying kid, among the youth, they have learned that it's okay, that it's right to have this anti-Semitism.
Austin, don't worry. Your job security is safe with us. We will still hire you.
It felt sickening for me to just quote him, by the way. To just say those words, quoting him, felt sick.
I'm really interested to see if Mr. Franco gets a job.
Yeah, well, you carrying water for the Israeli state by talking about anti-Semitism and totally whitewashing a genocide, I find that sick, Karen.
Did anyone hire this guy? I really want to follow up on this.
Well, and also the irony is that he's studying industrial and labor relations, a degree that is centered around
This is hilarious. This kid's famous and for all the right reasons.
preventing workplace discrimination.
Wow.
The exact kind of bias
They're blowing
that
his
he's
up. They're
outwardly and
blowing him
publicly
up.
demonstrating against the Jewish people. He says his experiences with Jews have not been pleasant. Our experience with you, it's not pleasant, buddy.
Oh.
Also, Cornell's faced
Oh my
a
God.
lot of issues after October
Nice.
7th terror attacks. Remember that you had that teacher that called the Hamas attack exhilarating. The FBI has investigated violent threats against Jewish students at the campus as well. ADL in their 2026 report gave Cornell a C rating as well. One of the best pieces of advice I've ever gotten when I first started working on Capitol Hill is that everyone's replaceable. So I think that this guy needs to check his attitude, his discrimination.
Yeah,
and
but
bias,
you want to
and
be part of the big club? You want to climb the corporate ladder? You want to climb that Jewish ladder? You're not going to do it. Not this time.
realize that he is not
Never again is
deserving of the
now.
job. He's got to earn it. And clearly with that entitled attitude, I don't suspect he's going to get too far in life.
Rosanna.
I'm just...
But Jews don't control the media. They don't control the finance system. They don't control our government. But let me tell you something. You talk bad about them, you're going nowhere in this life, all right? We will shut it down. Good luck finding a job, Jew hater. But don't say that we control everything, because that's anti-Semitic.
I'm going to say that overwhelmingly most young Americans are not anti-Semitic. So we should just kind of say that. But The problem is these young kids are rewarded with social media, and the algorithms support them when they say something outrageous.
God,
and
yeah.
sadly, a lot of parents are kind of waking up and
Bitch's name is Rosanna Scotto.
saying, what did my kid just say? Like, have they been indoctrinated?
What did my kid... Goyim? What is my kid talking about? Why does he keep saying goy slop? Why does he say goy lives matter?
And I didn't realize what was going on in the school that I sent my child, that I entrusted my children with these teachers. I think it's a big wake-up call for America.
And can I just say one quick thing, because you invoked our trip to Poland. And in Europe, in pre-World War II, that era, it didn't go from everything's fine to the death camps in Auschwitz overnight. There was this... and this is
Axios assaults against...
It didn't go... What did he just say?
Because, Emily, you invoked our trip to Poland. And
you invoked our trip to Poland. Listen to these clowns.
That era, it didn't go from everything's fine to the death camps in Auschwitz overnight.
Yeah, the thread between the middle was that little anti-Semitic students said, I don't want to work for Jews. And that was the thread between everything's fine to the death camps in Auschwitz.
There was this slide that happened, and this is an echo here that we have to keep an eye on.
And another echo for Axios, assaults against Jewish men and women in this country are at a 46-year high. So this is an insidious ideology that must be stomped out.
My God. So much wrong with that. It's like, where do you begin? Sorry, oops.
I've got some really good news. It's finally happening. Global capitalism is fracturing. Now, that isn't coming from me. It isn't some old quote from Mal's Little Red Book.
Thank you, kinfolk.
It's coming from Larry Fink, billionaire CEO of one of the world's largest investment companies, BlackRock.
BlackRock.
They're pretty much running everything.
Is BlackRock evil? This is one of those companies that is a juggernaut.
A company that manages trillions of dollars of assets, has clients in over 100 countries, and, together with its clones, Vanguard and State Street, owns roughly 20% of any given company in the S&P 500. If anybody should be worried about capitalism being over, it's not you and me, it's this guy. And he's worried. But before we celebrate, is he even right? Well, for one, he's not alone. A lot of big, important capitalists have already been sounding the alarm for a while. In 2023,
that guy's got some greasy hair, huh?
The CEO of the French investment bank Société Générale was saying basically the same thing. And every year since, we've lurched from one disaster to another as this whole thing seems to barely stay afloat. Massive inflation, a year of never-ending layoffs, and now a global trade war and bombing in the Middle East that have put World War III back on the table right as we're being told AI is going to replace everybody. In Larry's 2026 letter to shareholders, he's predicting the end of the same signals. Things are bad, workers are worse off today than they were 40 years ago, AI is gonna get us, it's all crumbling, and we're not even building infrastructure like we used to. And if that wasn't enough, we might soon have a new financial crash on our hands.
And I'm worried about something worse than a recession.
We are headed for a U.S. dollar crisis.
When this thing crashes, okay, it's going to crash. When this thing crashes, it's going to be like mashing up the .com thing with a financial crisis because this is so much larger.
Wall Street execs have recently warned that the private credit market's not looking so good. A few bankruptcies and plummeting stock values are starting to snowball and could become the seeds for a new depression. It really seems like capitalism's tearing at the seams.
Yeah, let's do
because
it. I'm ready. I'm ready for the new
can't
depression.
keep going
Let's do
on.
it. I'm so
maybe it can.
over it.
Hey everybody, just wanted to take a quick second to plug some merch. As always, I want to make sure I respect your time, so on the clearance rack,
we ain't doing that.
Much more deeply than simply pointing to things going wrong. We can't just do Finkus slopulism. Let's start with the basics. What are we even talking about when we say the end of capitalism?
Finance capitalism?
Capitalism is a system that guarantees the existence of the rich in a world where the poor outnumber them but need to work for them in order to live. That was about the shortest one-sentence definition I could come up with. It's pretty vague, but it gets to the point. This is what capitalism is about, and that's how it works.
Let's go back to his definition. I spoke over it, sorry.
Capitalism is a system that guarantees the existence of the rich in a world where the poor outnumber them but need to work for them in order to live. That was about the shortest one-sentence definition I could come up with. It's pretty vague, but it gets to the point. This is what capitalism is about, and that's how it works. For it to end, these things have to no longer be true. Looking around, there's very little risk of that, right?
What am I doing wrong with the chat? You're telling me to fix the chat, but I didn't even know there was a problem. What's the problem with the chat there? Should I speak to my lawyer? What is wrong with the chat? I don't know.
Right now. So let's get a better, longer definition that gets progressively more complicated and accurate as we go, so we can refine our analysis a little. Capitalism is a political, social, financial, and economic order that began sometime in the 16th, maybe 17th century.
I don't know what to fix, Alex. Just because you put it in all caps doesn't mean I suddenly understand what you're talking about.
What makes capitalism capitalism is the way that this order is organized around a specific set of rules and conventions, the most important of which are the right to private property and the imperative use of that right to make a profit. For example, by hiring those who don't have private property to produce commodities and paying them less than the revenue that their work generates. Or by trading debt as money with the confidence that states and central banks will protect the value of those assets in times of liquidity crises, periodically rolling over the moment that the market ceases to exist so that capitalists can continue to transact. In other words, capitalism is a collection of strategies for the elite to stay the elite indefinitely. A status that is based on unequal access to and power over the resources necessary for human life and commerce. So this is a pretty theoretical definition. No society is ever completely 100% sticking to these rules at every single level of human interaction, whether it's the US, China, Brazil, Russia, South Africa. Every one of these countries has a blend of capitalist and socialist, even feudal conventions overlapping with one another. But in this era of global capitalism, at the end of the day, the biggest decisions boil down to what...
So is it because it's delayed? Is that why? The chat's delayed? I'm not sure if I know how to fix that, Saeed. It might just have to do with OBS, having to stream to 2 spots at the same time.
Generates profit for an...
I know, R.I.P. Oliver Tree. I'm still so sad about that.
...elite class of businessmen. And for the last century, at least, we've been predicting the end of that. To give you an idea, the term late-stage capitalism has been around for over 100 years. 100 years later, we're still waiting for that to mean we're getting close. Because every time it runs into a crisis, capitalism hasn't died, it's mostly just been tweaked. Take the biggest tweak we've ever seen. After capitalism went through its greatest liquidity crisis in 1929, the stock market crashed and the world went into a 10-year depression. High unemployment, poverty, a nearly 50% cut in production, and price deflation, meaning wages taking a huge hit. Thousands of banks went out of business, millions of people were suddenly living through much scarier times, and all immediately following the peak of robber baron fortunes. If there was ever a moment where
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go into Twitch and I'm gonna refresh the chat and see if that works.
You could say that capitalism should have ended. It was then, but it didn't. It was tweaked. Keynesian economics took over as the new governing model of capitalism. The primary imperative, keeping the elite as the elite, didn't go away. But now their status was conditional on new things, like full employment. This is where the New Deal, the welfare state, the Fordist production model all came into being and brought capitalism back from the brink all the way up until the 1970s.
Okay, I refreshed the chat. I don't know if that did anything, but we'll see.
Capitalism was saved by disciplining the elite, not challenging their status. But that very thing ultimately became the source of a new crisis. 40 years of wage growth became just too much for capitalists who were making profits, just not faster than workers were getting better off. From the late 70s on...
Testing 1 2 3. Fuck 1 2 3. Got you.
And capitalists...
All right, what's the lag? What's the timing on that? From when you shared the comment and when I read it. How much time passed by?
It's revolted. Capitalism was going to need to get much leaner for workers. And this new era was kicked off with the Volcker
Okay, it worked. Awesome. 20 seconds. All right, that's a big improvement.
Shock. a 20% hike in interest rates by the Fed that skyrocketed unemployment and simultaneously set up the US to elect Reagan, the UK
5 seconds. Now we're down to 5. I like our improvement here. That's good.
Thatcher, and Germany to elect Helmut Kohl. Even countries where socialists were in power, like France, suddenly found themselves forced to change their economic policy drastically. Volcker reminded the world that as long as it's capitalism, the imperative of keeping the rich wealthy doesn't go away. And this time, it would survive on the condition of cheap consumer goods. Neoliberalism was the new name of the game. The welfare state was shuttered. The average job started to pay less. Unions got crushed.
I'd like for him to make a more of a distinction between the industrial capitalism of the 19th century and the finance capitalism of the 20th century. It felt like he was gearing up to start talking about that, the financialization of capital, but he's not doing that. Thank you, Comrade Cranky. Global corporate capitalism, most important commodity is the privately owned automobile. Is that true? I would have to hear this argument in order for me to get behind it. But thank you for the donation. Obi-Wan also thanks you. Thank you, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. And my only cope.
Everyone started needing crazy debt to get by, and to offset everything else getting worse, the new social contract was held together by cheap...
What I mean, and this is something that I'm learning about right now, Ice Cream Emperor, through this book, if you want to, I don't know, this book, The Destiny of Civilization, I've been promoting it, Finance Capitalism, Industrial Capitalism, or Socialism. It's just basically saying that, like, how the United States got rich, became an industrial powerhouse, became like the capitalist superpower that it did, was because of its industrial base in the 19th century. And it used to be that production was tied to the cost of, the cost of production was tethered to the amount of profits that a corporation or a business could make. And all of that's been undone. We now have a rentier-based economy. It's not productive anymore. We've actually deindustrialized. That's why China is an industrial powerhouse. That's why they represent the emerging multipolar world, and they are the producers. They're getting rich off their productive forces, which is how the Americans got rich in the 19th century. But we've abandoned all that. We've deindustrialized. We've now financialized. All of the capital that gets created, all of the credit that gets created by the banks goes into financial institutions. And these financial institutions use that credit to service more debt. And it's like a Ponzi scheme where there's the rising debt, which is rising exponentially, and all the credit that gets created is used to service that debt. But it can't service it in time because there's compound interest, there's all this usury going on that doesn't actually create anything of value, right? But these financial institutions are making all these profits, but it's based on what they consider financial services, and you come to find out that's because they've, paid out lawyers to cover their financial fraud, or paid out because of their financial fraud, or they've racked up billions in profits because of financial fees, penalty fees. It's extractive. These fees are recorded as profit. They go towards the GDP, but they're not actually producing anything. And that's what the GDP is supposed to measure, gross domestic product. Okay? So there's this huge financial overhead that has nothing to do with the actual productive industrial base. And it's the financial overhead that accounts for something like 40% of the GDP. It's completely inflated, and it's all based on debt, okay? We have a debt-leveraged economy, and we can't pay off this debt. And in order for institutions or corporations to not default on the debt, they have to borrow more from the banks. It's just an endless Ponzi scheme where more credit gets created to service debt that's exponentially rising, and it can never, be curtailed. And so what do? They just throw more credit. They just all the credit that gets created by the commercial banks, by the Federal Reserve, which issues it to the commercial banks, and the commercial banks use it. What do they use it for? It goes into you know, the stock market. It goes into finance capital. It doesn't go to, like, you know, in the golden age of capitalism in the 19th century, you know, profits, corporate revenue, for example, would be fed back into the supply chain. It would go to the research and development departments for these businesses. It wouldn't go to stock buybacks. You know, it would, you know, under ideal conditions, you could say the corporate revenue, some of it would go back into the employees themselves. But none of that happens. 90% of all corporate revenue in this age of finance capitalism is spent on stock options, stock buybacks, you know, the bond market. And none of it is there to really innovate or to produce. And I think I've explained my point as best as I can. But I'm learning a lot about it. I'm hoping to learn more and be able to structure my argument about this. But yeah, I think that's the main thing that I've been learning from his book is just like this weird mutant aberration of capitalism that's called finance capitalism, which wasn't necessarily supposed to happen. And according to classical economists like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, even Karl Marx, they all felt like industrial capitalism was going to give way eventually to socialism. But that's not what happened. Industrial capitalism was actually overtaken by finance capitalism, and a lot of that has to do with World War I. It has to do with geopolitical considerations. So this whole epic of finance capitalism is just like this weird mutation, and that's not exactly how, you know, classical economists envisioned the future of the economy, and even industrialists. So like it used to be that, you know, industrialists fought back against the finance sector because the finance sector was a rent seeking. It's a rent seeking economy. When you are paid rent for an asset, you know, that's not going into, it's recorded as profits, and profits are supposed to be because of productivity, but rent yielding assets are not productive. You know, they're extractive, and the profit that you make was because a consumer or a customer worked and accrued wages, and then they paid you those wages for rent. You know, and so this in the 19th century, as far as I understand, this was rebuked. This kind of ideology, this way of conducting capitalism, you know, was considered, you know, not. It wasn't what the industrial capitalists of the 19th century wanted, and you know, industrial capitalists in the 19th century vied for the government to basically do what we consider socialism in the 21st century, which is that when government does stuff, you know, government is supposed to bear the cost of living. It's supposed to cover the cost of, you know, housing and education and these social services. Because if the government, if land rent is just taxed and you know, it's sold at cost, then that alleviates the corporations, the industrialists, from having to cover all that, you know, having to pay their workers so that they can spend that money on housing, education, and the like. So it was advantageous to the industrialists if the government stepped in and said, we're going to cover the costs of education, of housing, we're going to provide transportation, we're going to provide all these social infrastructure needed so that the corporations, when they can pay their employees less because they don't have to cover these costs. The government's taking care of that, you know. So all of that has changed, you know, and like I said, you can't have expropriation without dispossession. You can't have the financialization of capital without deindustrializing. The rise of the rentier class, right? We live in a rentier-based economy. It's rent-seeking. Everything's, you know, the credit that gets created is to inflate the price of assets, rent-yielding assets. It's not, credit does not get created to be infused into the goods and services producing sector. It doesn't go to productivity. It goes to rent-yielding assets. So you raise the price of these assets. And so what does that force consumers to do? In order to have a home, they have to borrow more money from the banks. They have to be further indebted to these financial institutions. And that's the fix is in, folks. The squeeze is in. The scam is in. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Cheap TVs and shirts for $1. But this, predictably,
Stop
led to
saying
another
big words. I'm sorry, Saeed. You know, I have a good little palate cleanser. Let's just pull up that Marjorie Taylor Greene pull-up video. No pun intended. And then you'll be excited. You'll be attentive once again. Thanks for saying that, Turbo Johnny. I'm kind of trying to, you know, my head's been spinning. I swear, I'm reading these pages, and I love reading books where I'm hanging on every word, every sentence. Like I feel like it's really important, you know. And I love listening to speakers where they've spent decades and decades of analyzing a certain subject. They're so refined, they're so educated, they're so articulate that you have to pause, you have to rewind, or you have to go back. And I'm trying to take it real slow because I want to read this book, I want to read the next book, and I want to really know my subject, you know. I want to be able to speak very eloquently about it, and so that's sort of my challenge that I've given myself over the next, you know, however many days it's going to take me to finish this. But I want to take in all this new knowledge and be able to spit it back to you in an eloquent way and to communicate that to you and to educate people, because this is what's happening now. This is where it's at. It's like, this is finance capitalism. This is the epic that we find ourselves in. Let's be tuned in. Let's be dialed in. Let's be clocked in to knowing what's happening, because it doesn't. I think it's less effective. We all know that the political economy of capitalism is exploitative. We know that it's undermining our livelihoods. We know it's fucking us over, you know. But it's not good enough. I feel like we have to go deeper and explain how and why and what. And even to the people that want to defend, you know, oh, well, capitalism is so productive. Well, not this, you know. You know, the thing that you're defending might have worked well in the 19th century. You know, oh, well, capitalism is innovative. It's productive. Yeah, at one point, you know, you could argue when they were abolishing feudalism, when they were getting away from the rent-seeking ideology or the rent-seeking policy of what came before. And that's another thing I think that, you know, early stage capitalism was reacting against feudalism. They wanted to do away with this whole idea of just sitting back and the landlord class, you know. They just sit back, they let the serfs work, and they, you know, extract the profits, you know, from the feudal serfs. So capitalism was like, no, we want the producers of the economy to make money. It's almost, you know, it's weird thinking, you know, in the 19th century, how they viewed capitalism is like how we view socialism in the 21st century. And I don't mean like true actual socialism. I mean like the liberal bastardized version of socialism where it's the government steps in and does things. I think that's fine. You know, the government should do these things. I don't consider that necessarily socialism, obviously. Socialism is abolishing the capitalist class entirely. There is no ownership, okay? There is no private class of owners who make all the decisions of finance and government and military and the economy itself, that affects all of the public majority without the public majority's consent or even knowledge of these decisions that are being made. So, but if we accept in the short term that socialism is when the government does stuff, that do I think that the government should bear the costs of education and transportation and public infrastructure and housing? Yes. Okay. I don't think that human needs should be exploited. It's very, spiritually Jewish or spiritually Israeli to be like, oh, those people need water. The hand rubbing intensifies. Well, let's see. Your money or your life. That's the economy, right? Your money or your life. You don't have any money? Well, give us your life then. You don't have money for water? Well, it looks like you're going to die of thirst. You don't have money for food? You're going to die of starvation. That's why capitalism kills 20 million people on average every year, because it's not profitable to save them. They don't have any money, so get fucked. Obviously, that's all wrong. I think the government should step in, and we should regulate the economy against the capitalists. They shouldn't have the regulatory capture of the government. That's crazy. That's what happened. The banksters now have regulatory capture. Regulatory power. They've captured regulatory power over the economy via the government, via the Federal Reserve, for example. And I think that's an abomination. We should dismantle that.
You can't have wages decline so much that people's basic necessities depend on taking on huge amounts of debt forever.
The housing market collapse created one financial crisis after another.
The signs were everywhere, but now it's official. We are in a recession.
Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed.
2008 was another one of those moments where it really felt like this whole thing was cooked. Neoliberalism had pushed global finance to chase extreme levels of debt at the same time as wages took a nosedive.
Another thing that he says that I think is important to, I made a distinction about this earlier in the stream, but remember the profits are privatized and the losses are nationalized. He says banks have little concern for losses resulting from the inability of their debt customers to pay because the losses have been nationalized. Banks don't care because they have a government insurance policy, essentially. I mean, that's exactly what our government teaches. These banks, like the savings and loan crisis in the 80s, you had the housing crisis in the late 2000s. And what does the government do in those times when there's a crisis? It steps in and it bails out the banks. And it forecloses all the homes for millions of consumers. As banks increase the amount of debt that they are willing to create for their customers, prices are inflated on bank credit. Like prices for housing, those for education are set by the amount that the banks will lend. This credit creation has obliged workers to go deeper into debt to pay for their basic needs in today's world. Businesses are similarly affected by rising commercial real estate prices and the need to pay their employees enough to afford debt-inflated prices. We have a debt-leveraged economy. Another way to say it. It's all debt. And that's why I think, Elon Musk, on paper worth $1.2 trillion, it's all debt leveraged. It's all financial speculation. It's all hype. There's not real there's not like a real economy, a productive economy that's backing that net worth. And another thing I've learned about is the FIRE sector. You might know about this. The finance, insurance, real estate sector. That's basically the finance sector at large. Those are the three main aspects to the financial sector. or the rentier-based economy. It's basically the fire sector. And the fire sector is just this financial overhead, is how we can think of that. But that's to be separate, you know. There has to be a dichotomy drawn, a distinction drawn between the fire sector and the goods and services producing sector. Those are not the same. One is extractive and one is productive, and yet the entire economy is mostly extractive. Have I looked into Heter Iska loans? No, I have not. I can look into it now, though. Let's see. Heter Iska. I never heard of it. A Heter Iska is a vital legal document in Jewish financial law. It restructures an interest-bearing loan into a joint business investment, allowing individuals and businesses to charge and pay interest. So it's beneficial for usury. Strictly adhering to the Torah prohibition against... What? The Torah prohibits usury? Somebody get the Jews on line 1. Jews, you can't do this! Jews. Yeah, I just learned that usury was forbidden by the Torah. What the fuck's going on here? What are you guys up to? I said guys, not goys. See, they're like, oh, yes, usury is forbidden in the Torah, but however, there is a loophole. We can allow individuals and businesses to charge and pay interest while also strictly adhering to the Torah. We'll just restructure the financial agreement, you know? We'll make the interest-bearing loan into a joint business investment. We'll call it something else. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Shut it down.
As the system didn't have the liquidity they thought it did, the crisis started bouncing from one part of the economy to another until the central banks stepped in. They brought the bank's securities onto their own balance sheets, bailing out the banks and leaving the rest of us to absorb the costs. Houses got foreclosed on, jobs disappeared that never came.
Yes, usury is forbidden in the Torah. However, we did dig a tunnel, and that tunnel became a loophole.
Back, and entire generations have now come into the labor market completely unable to match the wealth of their parents and their parents before them. And now that we've been in this situation for a couple decades, what do the elites suggest as a solution? A new tweak. On the global stage, the US is starting to pull out of the global exchange and production system and switching to a growth strategy that depends on inflation and price shocks. Wars are exploding all over the world with the chief objective of making oil costs skyrocket, increasing the sale of American weapons, and bringing up prices for everything else without any hope of them going.
I think that's true. They do have that, some sort of like a little stipulation. It's like usury between Jews is forbidden, but permitted between Jews and outsiders. I think we saw a rabbi, in fact, go through the mental gymnastics to explain this to us. Because we're simple-minded goys. We don't quite get it. But the Chosenites have a special code that they live by. Usury for thee, not for me. No.
Down after the oil shocks pass. That's on the policy side. Let's go back to Fink's letter for a second. In the face of all the problems he lists, Larry gives us his own solution. Just invest. He says it himself. In the last 30 years, wages aren't growing as fast as returns on the stock
Just invest in the financial institutions that are turning you into debt slaves.
Market. $1 in the S&P 500 grew 15 times faster than that same dollar as a median wage.
But how do I invest, Habibi? I have no money. Well, you could take out a loan from the bank. What? What did I say? Why am I silly? I have no money. But I have no money, Habibi. Well, you talk to my good friend Goldman Sachs. He will loan you some shekels. But you must pay back. Not only the principal, but the interest on the principal.
or we take you home, Habibi.
Actually, we would probably take you home anyway because fuck you. We
So
are the
Larry's
Jews.
advice is, why not just hitch a ride on the one thing that's going up? Well, you can probably think of why without me having to tell you. In a country where 1 in 4 people live paycheck to paycheck and millions are dealing with huge student loan debt, having money to put aside in savings, let alone financial investments...
Excuse me? I am incorrigible? Incorrigible? Shut up, I know it's incorrigible. But fuck you a little bit, Gabe. Gabe Tubular? Are you related to Gabe Einhornowitz? You little fuck. You sick fuck. I don't know what Sanhedrin 54B is, but I'll give it a look, all right? But don't you dare call me incorrigible. I don't even know what that word means, but I don't like it, all right? You talking funny at me. I don't know what you just said, talking hillbilly boy, but I don't like it. Comrade Cranky says, our capitalist chosenite overlords want to turn the world into a company town. They're doing it. They're doing it bit by bit. Just go to Starbase, Texas.
is just not something that's within reach for a lot of people. Those who are most directly targeted by the violence of capitalism are the ones with the least flexibility to do things Larry's way, which I don't have to tell you either. He's only suggesting because it just so happens to be the solution that lines his pockets. The head of an investment company currently trying to get younger generations stoked about investing on TikTok obviously doesn't want that for altruistic reasons. But beyond the practical reasons why this is BS, advice like this reads more like a confession to me. Did you know that 62% of Americans have money in the stock?
Wait, are you saying incorrigible? Doesn't that mean incorruptible? Incorrigible. Impossible to correct, improve, or reform. So I think maybe I should stand down because I think that person was trying to give me a compliment. I'm sorry, Gabe. Gabe was just trying to say how perfect I am, and then I totally shat all over his comment. And now I feel like a bastard. Maybe I can improve. I can improve my vocabulary so I won't get butthurt off of insults that I perceive to be insults, which are not actually insults, from my lovely group of chatters here. Shame on me. Even as you claimed that I was incorrigible, I proved to you how not so that is.
Market. And honestly, that's not a bad thing.
Gabe, we love you, as long as your last name's not Einhorn.
You should have some kind of retirement fund or something. But anyway, stats like these make it seem like a majority of us have something to gain from economic growth. Except, about 90% of all stocks are held by just the top 10% of investors. Worse even, the top 1% own about half. Meaning that when the stock market grows, when the economy
I don't know
is
what you're
doing
talking
well,
about, Saeed.
it's really only benefiting the top 10%. And it's specifically doing that at the expense of the 90% that are left. The little money we can get from our investments is a cover for the fact that that money is coming out of our...
You know, in 1945, a wage worker's income, let's just say 25% of a wage worker's income was spent on housing. Now it's something like half your paycheck. And even then, that might be an underestimation. All right, just a little tidbit.
Wages. Between 2018 and 2022, after Trump's tax cuts, corporate profits exploded. And instead of putting that money into raising wages or doing R&D, billions went to stock buybacks and dividends.
See, this is exact. He's explaining finance capitalism, but he's not calling it what it is. But this is exactly right. This is exactly what we were just talking about. They don't invest the corporate revenue back into the goods and services producing sector. They don't invest in research and development. They don't invest in their workers. They don't invest in productivity, you know, innovating the supply chain, improving the supply chain, etc., what have you. They spend their money on stock buybacks to raise the shareholder price, to pay out dividends to their biggest investors. And, you know, the more money that gets spent on the rent-seeking assets and the rent-seeking parasites, the less money is spent on labor, infrastructure, and research. Exactly right.
And when Time magazine looked at some of these numbers, they found that the biggest offenders not only gave more money to their shareholders, they siphoned off more money from consumers by raising prices. Pepsi laid off hundreds and raised prices by double-digit percentages 8 quarters straight. Comcast rates went up and they fired 3,000 people. United Healthcare increased claim denials 800.
You know, I hate to give this guy credit for whoever wrote that book in shitification. He seems like a lib, but he was right about this, you know. It's the in-shitification, which I define as things get shittier and they cost more. That's what these corporate, as long as they're enriching themselves, you know. They're getting richer, they're laughing their way all the way to the bank. There's no correlation between productivity and wages. It's completely untied from each other.
100%, and gave their investors $15 billion in buybacks. The whole just invest strategy isn't a solution. It isn't going to make...
All that is to just inflate these rent-yielding assets and make it that much more difficult for people to afford housing and food, etc., etc.
Capitalism work for more people. It's a cover for capitalism to continue doing what it's built to do. Exploit the poor, enrich the elite, and keep that cycle going forever. When Fink says capitalism is fracturing, what he really means is that he and his buddies are giving away the game, and he would really like it if capitalist countries would realize they're getting cocky. He would much rather they get people to invest a little more and make a little bit of money so that the bigger problems, no jobs, no healthcare, no roads, don't seem as bad, even as he and his private equity friends keep making them worse, with the added bonus that he would manage some of these investments. At the end of the day, you can't reform your way out of this. There is no capitalism without the enrichment of the elite at our expense, by its very definition. So, either you negotiate for more crumbs on their terms, or we finally get smart and say, no, I think we're done now, and we break the wheel that keeps this system crushing 99% of humanity.
Yep. That's, you know, that's pretty good. It reminded me of something Michael Hudson was talking about, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find this. He talks about centrists and how centrists believe that the problems of this world are marginal. He had a really good takedown of centrism. But of course, I'm not going to be able to find it. I think I might probably have it in my notes somewhere. But you know, that's what this guy was talking about, was just like, we have to call out the structure of it, you know? And centrists, you know, they don't even acknowledge the structure. They just think that problems can only marginal problems can be solved. So therefore, only marginalism is what is needed. Trying to see if I have any. Yeah, here it is. Oh God, I found it. A centrist is someone who looks at all problems as marginal, not structural. Only small change is possible, therefore. They are wrong because economies tend to polarize between wealthy at the top and poverty at the bottom. They grow. Let's see. They grow to become more stable, and a centrist thinks that economies will stabilize and move to equality. So So centrists believe that over time, economies will like rectify themselves, correct themselves, and become more stable without realizing that that is ahistorical nonsense. Economies always tend to polarize between wealthy and the poor. So classical economics, classical economists, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, David Ricardo, preached against rentier and rent-seeking and this concept of unearned income. They advocated for a mixed economy where the state, the government, bore the cost of social services. What finance capitalism has turned into land rent, monopoly rent, and debt service. He talks about the Wharton School of classical economics. I think Wharton School is in Pennsylvania or something, but in the 19th century, and I'm not sure if maybe this is happening now. I'm not sure about these notes, but it says public infrastructure was a fourth factor of production. The role of government was to provide basic needs, healthcare, education, and transportation, other basic services at a lower price. So you lower the cost of living, the cost of doing business, so that the private sector will be able to compete with foreign countries. The American cost structure has nothing to do with the cost of production, therefore nothing to do with industry or even industrial capitalism. We are living in a post-medieval rentier economy. Banks are the mother of trusts. This is important. Banks create trusts. Banks create monopolies. Banks organize corporate mergers. The function of banks is to lend companies money to create monopolies in the markets that can control the prices and extract super profits, folks. Wow. The economic rent over and above the actual profits associated with production. So profits are no longer correlating with the cost of production as they once did. There's now this economic rent overhead that eats up a lot of the profits, but it doesn't actually produce anything. It had nothing to do with the cost of production. When you have a trust or a monopoly, you can get monopoly rent. That monopoly money, baby. Banks said that we can ally with some of these companies and let them establish trusts, vertical/horizontal integration of the supply chain. Carnegie takes over the steel industry, for example. Two firms monopolize the distribution of agro products. He's speaking at the turn of the 20th century. Now, today, we have Amazon. We have the information technology sector. They set the price without any antitrust legislation opposing it. All right, Squish, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's right. Banks decide who get loans and houses. Exactly. And they decide which corporations become mega corporations, what corporations merge with other corporations, become monopolies. Corporations can't buy out their rivals without borrowing from the bank. So the banks control, they're the money managers. That's where we're at now. That's who controls the economy. The people that manage the money from these industrial monopolists are actually holding the strings. They can decide what company, they can decide what billionaire becomes a trillionaire. They can decide what company becomes a monopoly. They manage the markets. They move the money around. And also they have, because they manage, like a company like BlackRock, which is what this whole video was about, they manage all the assets for these companies. They manage trillions of dollars in assets. So because they manage these companies and their money, they have all this insider information about this company, that company, that company, this company. They can play the market as they see fit. The only reason, or perhaps a big reason, that Amazon was able to establish a monopoly is because banks gave them lines of credit to buy out rivals. The dissociation of price from the cost of production. That's an important point I think we should harp on. Price is whatever the market will bear. It's no longer a reference to the cost of production. Profits, as understood by industrial capitalism, was that as a rate of return on the cost of production and the capital investment. So it used to be that profits were a rate of return on the cost of production and the capital investment. But that's not how it is now. The whole idea of industrial capitalism, according to all classical economists, was to get rid of the remnants of feudalism. That's what we just talked about, right? The landlord class of economic rent or of natural resource rent. The idea was for people to earn money in proportion to their role or contribution in production to the supply chain. The goal was to clear away all the overgrowth of absentee landlordism. That's a good word, a good phrase. Absentee landlordism, usury capital, unproductive credit. That's the entire economy is based on unproductive credit. It used to be that credit was created to create new means of production, a steel industry, build factories. Credit is created now for stock buybacks. Credit is created for debt servicing. Industrial capitalists actually wanted democratic reform to counter the rentier class, which is just a fancy French word of saying the rentier class. The people that do the rent, not the people that do the renting, that would be the rentees, but the renters. But this is rentier. It's the landlord. You can just think of landlords. World War I enhanced the rentier class and gave them the upper hand against the industrialists. So there you go. So we've gone to a return to the old guard. The post-feudal remnants have won out. This is like an aberrant mutation of capitalism, of what it once was in the 19th century. We have a financial view of the world. We're a very business-like society. Remember that everything in this society should be run like a business. That's what capitalism teaches us. The financial sector makes its money not from producing. The financial sector makes its money not from production and consumption, but extraction. As much profit as it can from the production and consumption. I'll say that again. The financial sector makes its money not from production and consumption, but from extracting as much profit as it can from the production and consumption. The 1% make most of their money by debt servicing the 99%. They lend money to the 99% and charge interest. Compound interest, in fact. So much interest that it cannot keep up with the rate of return from the physical economy. That's why we call this a Ponzi scheme. The 1% own the bonds for the banks. They use their income to buy more assets. They don't invest in new means of production. So the banks are robbing us blind. In fact, it's cynically said the best way to rob a bank is to own one. That's what the savings and loan crisis of the 1980s was about. That's what the housing crisis of the 2000s was about. The financial sector is paying itself out at the expense of the entire industrial base, the entire industrial economy itself. Every action has an opposite but equal reaction. Like I say a lot, you can't expropriate without dispossession. You can't financialize without deindustrializing. It's because we live in a world of finite resources, by the way. Extract maxing, as Thugbone eloquently put it. So it's amazing because finance capitalism is seen as an aberration or a devolution, an errant mutation of industrial capital, according to 19th century industrial capitalism, which sought to minimize and render obsolete the financialization of capital, the rentier class, the remnants of feudalism, the land rent, the monopoly rent, the unearned income, which is a concept that you will never hear discussed by trillionaires and billionaires, because to them, everything they do is earned. There's no such thing as unearned income. If Jeff Bezos can make $50 billion in one day in an afternoon based on a rumor that Amazon is going to create a rival to the iPhone, which actually doesn't end up being the truth, that's just income that he earned, according to the capitalists. Or, you know, when the SpaceX share price gets inflated by 50% on literally today, making Elon Musk another $119 billion richer, he earned that. He earned that in one day. The amount of work that he did today is worth $119 billion, if you can believe it, because there's no such thing as unearned income. There's no such thing as absentee landlordism, right? So I think an important point that Michael Hudson harps on is that for government spending, you don't need private money. You don't need a creditor class to provide the economy with money. The government can do these things. That's why, you know, the Federal Reserve was created, because the banksters said, no, this is like another hologram. You prevent inflation by issuing taxes. Everything is telling us that our conclusions should be more drastic, folks. That's what I'm trying to impress upon you. And yet, in the face of it, people are normalizing it. So I think the main point is that industrial capital has been supplanted by finance capital. And one piece of evidence which proves this is looking at corporate revenue. We talked about this. I'll just reiterate because this is in my notes. Corporate revenue and what it's spent on. So over 90% of corporate revenue is spent on stock buybacks. We just talked about that, to increase the shareholder price or dividend payouts for the shareholders themselves. This is the financialization of capital. We have become an extractive economy, but we got rich by being a productive economy. And I say we, I'm just saying historically the United States. I'm speaking from a sense of nationalism, even though I don't really believe in it. But the industrial capital, if it were more prominent, if it were more dominant, would be investing in long-term planning, creating more products, building up its industrial base. But that is not the imperative of finance capitalism. Finance capitalism only concerns itself with short-term profits. And I'm not defending industrial capitalism. People might think that I am. I'm really just relaying to you Michael Hudson's talking points here in his book. He might very well be defending industrial capitalism. I still maintain the Marxist conception of capitalism, which is based on an irreconcilable class contradiction between owners and workers. I think as long as you have private ownership of public resources, you're going to have what he considers aberrations in the system, where we have these weird mutations of finance capitalism. But as long as there's that class distinction in society, I think we're always going to have poverty. We're always going to have violence. We're always going to have friction. We're always going to have antagonism, because there's literally one dominant class that is oppressing the other. So that's always going to lead to violence. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. As I continue and learn, you know, in my off time when I'm not streaming, I'm reading this book or that book or listening to this or that podcast. So I'm really trying my best to get very well versed in this topic so we can arm ourselves with intellectual self-defense, because that's what really this is about. We've got to lob out these ideas into the terrain of acceptable ideas that we all have to contend with, and we have to hope that they stick. But it would be interesting to have these talking points now part of the policy debate, right? It would be beneficial, I think. Knowledge is power. And I really feel that. I know it's cliche to say, and I've heard it all just growing up. Oh, knowledge is power. It's why I got to learn my textbook. I got to learn my McGraw-Hill textbook, because knowledge is power. Another important thing is like an important point that he makes. It's like, because he's combating the prevailing conventional wisdom of modern economics, which is like completely antithetical to the real economy and also actual history. He said something like, you know, if you believe in modern economics, you have to not believe in history. And if you believe in history, then you can't believe in modern economics because they're completely diametrically opposed. Also, fuck Israel. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. Saeed, don't leave just because I'm talking about capitalism. Saeed doesn't like when I talk about capitalism because he's an oil baron. I swear I'm gonna log off though because it is 4.5 hours that we've been at it. We've gone above and beyond our quota for the day, so that's good. I didn't mean to get on this tangent, but holy shit, is this real?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. What you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red line.
That is the CEO of Anthropic.
He's supposed to be the good guy, by the way.
An AI company, when asked about the use of his product when the U.S. bombed an elementary school in Iran. 73 boys, 47 girls aged 6 to 13, and 26 teachers. That's who the U.S. military killed in that bombing. 73 boys, 47 girls, and 26 teachers. We are in an age where the war criminals don't just live at the White House or sit in Congress. They are heads of some of the most powerful companies in the world. Now, while this quote is wild to say out loud, it's not an uncommon sentiment from people like him, people who profit off war, whether it be the CEO of Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, or these tech companies that are actively ingraining themselves in the military-industrial complex. They profit from death and then publicly justify the murder of children and their teachers. A father whose daughter was killed in the Nob school bombing said, "Once my daughter's
Charlie, I don't think I did. I'm sorry.
Bag was full of colored
Can you remind me what it said?
pencils and books, and now all I have is a burnt bag in my hands." If causing that much grief to at least 120 families isn't a red line, if bombing a school while kids are in class isn't a red line to these people,
Thank
then
you,
what,
Yasser.
what is?
Yeah, I had one more point I wanted to make about like modern economists, and it escapes me now. But we were talking about how classical economists and modern economists are like diametrically opposed, basically. I know as soon as I log off, I'm going to forget the talking point. I mean, I'm going to remember it, and then I'm going to kick myself. But yeah, okay, I guess I'm going to call it then. I got to pee, and I'm hungry.
We don't know.
Your mom's coming over for dinner, and I got to make sure I look better because I want to impress her because she promised me some butt sex tonight. And I literally just got my new Rabbi Shmuley butt plug in the mail. I got it FedExed from Israel. It finally arrived, overnighted it in fact. It was so important. So I can't wait to try it on your mother. So it's going to be just, when you're thinking about me, just I want you to picture that. Until the next time I see you, okay? Well, I forgot my final point, but I'll remember it and I'll tell you the next time. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all your support, and you guys are so based. I love you all. Can't thank you enough. And we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace and love.
Rathbone